double eight.
Game
Oh my,
the
what a
first
start
leg.
to this one.
Daniel Lee.
He's praying. The toss is found, and it is.
Rob Collins.
Like 1,001 team. Oh, you beauty.
Taking out on day one to win his fixture. And what a way to start the day for Sebastian Bialecki.
Game shot on the third leg.
His best leg of the week. Oh, how about that?
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Classic Mitchell. Oh, what that means to him.
Good morning, welcome along to Tuesday here at the Modus Super Series, where the leader overnight here in Portsmouth is, well, just a commentator. It's Scott Mitchell that heads the way going into the second day's worth of action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And describing all of the action with me today, it is primetime Matthew Edgar. Matt, great to have your company. Very good start to yesterday. Scott Mitchell leading the way, 5 wins from 5.
He's the man to beat as well, isn't he? Because he did it. He sat here last night and said that it didn't really feel convincing, but it looked convincing. He never really looked in danger. People didn't have match darts against him. And it's interesting because Scott Mitchell's one of these players that, for me, are just a little bit different. When we sort of say just a commentator, a lot of people now, like myself, Chris Mason, Paul Nicholson, we say that is our, and we play darts on the side. It feels the other way around for Scott Mitchell. He's still a dart player, does a bit of commentary on the side.
As far as yesterday is concerned, he had to battle his way through a couple of games, a few 4-3 victories in there, and then really got going as the day went towards a conclusion.
I expect to see that again from him today, that sort of quality, that sort of experience that he's got, and the fact that he's playing darts on a regular basis means he can dig himself out of situations. It means that he's always got that little bit of confidence and belief in himself, which was something he said he's found recently in regards to what he's been doing at county and now being the England captain again, and the performances that he's put on there. So he's leading the way. He's very passionate about his darts. He's very passionate about England, and I think right now that system really needs a Scott Mitchell.
Let's have a chat about Kevin Payne and Doug Boehm, because they played a game yesterday which at times was a bit intense. What did you make of both of their days and that particular flashpoint?
Well, for Kevin Painter, I think he'd have expected more from himself yesterday in regards to results. I think he'd probably been hoping to be in a better position than he is going into today, but we know what he's like. He can come here today, he can find that bit of aggression that he needs within his game to really bring out the best when he plays up on the stage, and I think we're going to see that today. For Doug, I saw everything I hoped I would see. I said at the start of yesterday, 18-1 seemed a bit of a big price on Doug, and he was somebody that I thought was value. I think a lot of people will agree with me now on the basis of what we saw yesterday. I think there's more to come as well. A real interesting point for me for Doug was his finishing. He was nearly 50% on the doubles yesterday. That is impressive. And if he can just find just the odd extra treble or two, he could do what Scott Mitchell did yesterday.
Well, let's have a look at the table from the first day's play. And I want to chat in particular about Sebastian Bialecki. 4 wins from 5 on his first day. And he felt like over the course of the whole 5 games, he was the one who just had that plateaued level, that bit of consistency.
That's Sebastian Bialecki. That's his game. I don't think I've ever seen Sebastian Bialecki play a bad game. I've seen him play good games. I've seen him play A+ games. We maybe want to see that a little bit more. But the one thing that you need, certainly at this sort of level, is consistency. And he has absolutely nailed that market. So now what he needs is just those couple of legs here and there that just separate games, that little bit of timing just to move him to that next level. But you've got to remember, he's only 20 years old and he is very well developed for his age.
Well, let's have a look at the betting then following the first day's play and see what the bookies think about proceeding. So Bialecki is the favourite at 11-10. Scott Mitchell, 5-4, second favourite. Is there anything amongst the mix that you would fancy odds-wise?
I mean, it's nice to see Doug's come in on the betting. That's good to see. It means that the punters have sort of seen what we expected to see in regards to the value play. I'm so surprised to see Bialecki favourite over Scott Mitchell when we look at what Scott Mitchell did yesterday, and we know what Scott Mitchell has done. He's won the WDF World Championships. He's currently England captain. He's a man in form. He's a man who feels good. I'm surprised to see him second favourite. You've got to say that's value play at the moment, not just on the basis of what he did yesterday, but on the basis of what he's been doing over the last 10 years.
It's 18 plus, speedgambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series day. Right, our first game of the session sees Marvin van Velzen and Scott Mitchell in action. They closed the show yesterday with a superb display. Mitchell winning 5 from 5, and Marvin van Velzen showing some really positive signs yesterday. Earlier on this morning, he caught up with Phil Barr to get his assessment of yesterday and his development as a player.
Marvin, here we are Tuesday at the Super Series. Looking back at your campaign yesterday, how would you assess the day as a whole?
I started a bit harder than I expected, and then I'm happy that I played better the second game, third game, and yeah, absolutely. The last game was a good one, and yeah, it was all close games, so it will be maybe a good day for me today.
Yeah, touching on what you said there, only one win, but do you feel your performances were better than just 2 points to show?
Yeah, definitely. It was like I was getting the second game I won, and then game 3, 4, and 5 were very close, and yeah, just missed some chances, and yeah, played well, but not any points. So, but we will see today.
That last game against Scott, although it was a defeat, you must be able to take so much confidence going into the reverse fixture today because you were over the ton average for a lot of it, pushed in the whole way. So just hoping that little bit more to reverse the scoreline?
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I hope I will can score more better than I did before, and then also hit the doubles much more better. But Scott was also very good at finishing every time. It was like two dart combo finishes, getting in, and I hope it will be now falling on my side. So,
and just looking at the week as a whole, how are you approaching it, and what are the aspirations this week?
Yeah, reaching Saturday night. That's my goal for this week, and how it doesn't matter how. And yeah, I will just play very good. Hopefully.
Marvin, wish you all the very best day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And so our first game of the morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's the same game that finished off yesterday, and hopefully it's a similar kind of encounter to that we saw at around about 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon. It sees Marvin van Velzen in action up against Scott Mitchell, the former world champion, up against a player who has most certainly improved from his first appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. This was a really good affair yesterday. Mitchell averaging just over 98.5 in a 4-3 win. Van Velzen averaging 90.93. Age 23 from Poljijk in the Netherlands, ADC European qualifier, nicknamed the Terminator. And he is back for more on day 2. He takes on the former world champ, Scott Mitchell, now the age of 53, doing his business on the World Seniors circuit. Also going to be a part of the fold in other tournaments in the ADC and the WDF in the coming months, as well as Scotty Dog, as well as a few appearances here in the Super Series commentary box. Talking about players in the Super Series commentary box, it's Matthew Edgar who's alongside me this morning. Morning, Matt.
Morning, Henry. Morning, everyone joining us for some Super Series action here on Tuesday. Really looking forward to today's action, actually. I think we're going to see a lot of movement, which is, ironically, dubbed
First
by
leg,
you
it's
Movement
Marvin
Day.
to throw first. Game on.
Jack Garwood, our referee, going to be calling in all of the action. And we're getting underway with Marvin van Velzen. He's got to be the man to try and topple the man at the top of the table, Scott Mitchell.
98.
But I actually managed to have a bit of a chat yesterday with Marvin, and one of the things I asked him was, does he have any notable wins? What is the biggest win in his career according to him? And well, I can tell you it's
100.
quite a sizable victory. It was actually against a 5-time world champion. It was against Raymond van Barneveld, and that happened in 2017, a week after the World Championships. Now, that World Championships 2017, you may remember it. Raymond van Barneveld reaching the semi-final stage, losing with an average of 109.34 against Michael van
100.
Gerwen, who went on to win the world title that year. So just a week after that iconic match, that semi-final clash when Barneveld broke the record for the highest losing
61.
average over 8 sets, Marvin van Velzen beat Barneveld by 4 legs to 1.
So that's the type of ability that he has. He showed it in more glimpses this time than perhaps he did in his previous appearance here. Oh, for his numbers yesterday, average 83.65, and Well, there was a couple of games where he was averaging pretty much bang on that number. 11 from 36 when it came to the doubling. It was
95.
consistent, but he knows he's going to have to probably add a couple more points on that if he's to be successful over the next few days. Well, he's left himself first to finish in this first leg on throw, leaving 70 after 12.
85. Marvin, you require 70.
Got to be said, this was a very hot contest yesterday, wasn't it? Players up around that sort of 100 mark for a good chunk of the game.
Game shot on the first leg.
And this
Marvin
is something
van
we saw
Velzen.
yesterday as well, wasn't it? Marvin van Velzen sort of wearing his emotions, showing you what it means, the heart
Second
on the
leg,
sleeve.
Scott
And
to throw first.
well, it may
Game
just be 9:41 a.m. here in the UK, but Marvin van Velzen is showing us exactly what every single moment means to him.
80.
He's not going to enjoy that one as much, though. Had a couple of 9 darters recently, haven't we, here at the Super Series? Maybe Scott Mitchell wants to add his name to that list. Well, I can guarantee you he will want to add his name, but he's not going to do it on this occasion.
He's told me before he's never hit a 9-time in a
100.
competitive match, which when you consider his pedigree and the fact that he's a former world champion is a bit of a surprise.
I like what you did there, even though I think you didn't mean to do it. Scotty Dog, you like his pedigree?
134.
Bants.
Good old chums here, aren't we?
Absolutely. We do enjoy chewing the fat. And
This-
Mitchell's tail is wagging.
140.
This is the thing that was the strength for Scott Mitchell yesterday. The reason he won those games. Anytime he went behind, he dug deep and found more. He's gone behind by 1-0. He's gone 180,
55.
ton 140.
Scott, you require 81.
He's left 81 after 9 darts. There's only one way you can break this sort of performance, and that is with the perfect leg.
$41.
Leaving self-handedly poised on tops after 12 to square this contest up at one apiece.
93. Scott, you require 40.
Real feature of Scott Mitchell's game yesterday was this, leaving a double after 12. Showing that quality of why he picked up that Lakeside title,
Game
why
shot
he's
on the
had a
second leg,
PDC
Scott
tour
Mitchell.
card, and why he believes he'll have it again.
Well, they say in
Third
boxing
leg,
that
it's
stars
Marvin
make
to throw
fights, and
first.
actually when you look at the
Game
surface of it on paper, it shouldn't really be when you consider the contrast of styles. Van Velzen,
66.
a rather rapid thrower, and Mitchell, by his own admission, rather more methodical. But these two go back a long way, and there's a lot of respect between the pair. And I wonder whether that's led to an air of relaxation, which is why we're seeing the best of the two.
You suggesting maybe at some point this week, like let's say these two played the final on Saturday,
74.
could we get a recreation of the Barneveld-Bunting situation? This man, you know the one.
Well, it's good enough to
60.
get Bunting in the Premier League. I'm not sure whether that'd be good enough to get somebody a auto-invite into Champions Week, mind.
$108.
Well, friendships aside, Van Velzen putting himself in a good position in this third leg.
180 counts for yesterday. Van
100.
Velzen giving us 4 maximum visits. Scott Mitchell, just the 3, but 2 of them was in this fixture against Van Velzen, and he's hit another one so far today. So Scott Mitchell's hit 4
130.
180s so far across his 6 games, but 3 of them, 75%, is against the opponent he's playing now. I thought you said you liked him.
You know what it's like.
Marvin, you require 51.
Sometimes those that you know the best, that sometimes you treat the worst. It's tops. Doesn't go, and this
31.
could be a key passion in
Scott,
play.
you require
Mitchell pins this
116.
116. It'd be for the break and a 2-1 lead, and he could really attack the game thereafter. It's I'm going to get a poke at the double 18 and so Van Velzen back for 3 in
60.
hand at double 10 to
Marvin, you require
re-establish his
20.
advantage.
These are the chances that have to go when you approach the Yoki with 3 in hand.
Game shot
And
on
it
the
does.
third leg.
No
Marvin Van
messing, no
Velzen.
faffing, no chasing. Sometimes you can feel relief rather than success within a
Fourth
visit,
leg,
like
it's got to
depending
throw
which dart
first.
it goes in.
Game on.
When you miss a couple of darts at tops and then you chase it down, you get with the last dart. No of that problem there for Marvin. And that
100.
is where you build confidence. That's where you grow into a game.
It was interesting when he was speaking to Phil
50.
this morning, Marvin, about what would be success. And success for him would be to get into Saturday night, which is a realistic, amiable target for him.
100.
He's got 2 opportunities to do it as well, hasn't he? He's got this Group A and then he'll have a Group B or C campaign across Thursday and Friday, which, if he was to lose this game, the gap between him and top would already be
97.
starting to appear because Mitchell would be 8 points clear. That is 4 fixtures. That's the rest of the day.
$100.
Wow, this is a potential for a red pen leg. 3 tons for Mitchell.
It's very, very rare in darts, isn't it? The 5-ton leg, but you'd think it'd be
125.
done a lot more often, the 4 100s in the scoring phase and then the 101 out. But I've sat in this chair for many, many weeks and I can't think of too many occasions we've had the
100.
5-ton leg. Well, we might be about to get it. The rare beast that you actually expect would be quite common.
Get your red pens out.
85. Scott, you require 101.
Don't know why I ain't got a flashing 15, really. And this would be such a typical Mitchell leg, this. But he ain't going to take the 101 out. Van Velzen returns to 144. This would
93.
be for the break and
Marvin, you require
3-1 lead. And he'd then be thrown for the
144.
match. Not to be. Mitchell back for double 4. Had to spurn a lot of
57.
opportunities at doubles yesterday.
Scott, you
20 from
require
69, Mitchell, when it came to the outer ring.
Game shot on the
But
fourth
doesn't
flag.
pass that
Scott
opportunity by. 2-2.
Good game again here between the two.
Mitchell. Fifth
They
leg.
certainly
It's
do
Marvin
bring
to
the
throw
best
first.
out in each other. And you
Game
do
on.
get that from certain opponents. They'll draw the best out of the ability. Just you feel comfortable with it. You feel good with the pace.
180.
That is our 3rd maximum already of this game.
$140.
They really are coming up to the boil now. Both players averaging 95 in this particular contest.
Got an interesting question coming in on the
120.
YouTube chat as well. This is from James saying, Matt, which Villa player do you think would do best on the Super Series? You've got to go Ollie Watkins because he's bagging every week, isn't he? But it's actually interesting because we do have an influencers event on Sunday, don't we?
140.
Indeed we do.
So if you want to see how non-dart players get on, we've got YouTubers and TikTokers coming to join us. That'll be a special on Sunday, but this is a
165.
special leg from Marvin Van Velzen. Leaving a double after just 9 darts. He's on for 10. That could be the best leg of the week.
Oh, we saw one last week. He may have to take the 10 out here. Because Mitchell's hit a max to leave himself on 41 after 9.
36.
And suddenly this has to go. Double 9.
18.
And has that maximum just
Scott, you
forced the
require
hand of Van
41.
Velzen?
What a leg of darts. And he's going to get 2. Beautiful. Perfect. Expectant.
Game shot on a fifth flag.
And it
Scott
goes,
Mitchell.
and Mitchell breaks, and now he has the darts of the match. What a contest this is to kickstart the day. Hopefully it is a start
Sixth
in
flag.
which
It's
we mean
Scott
to go
throw
on.
first. Game on.
Marvin van Velzen yesterday in
140.
game number 5 played his best performance of the day, and he lost to Scott Mitchell. He's rosed again, playing his best performance of the week,
100.
and well, could be defeat again.
And this would be 6 out of 6 for Mitchell, who would temporarily open up a 4-point gap on Sebastian
140.
Bialecki and a 6-point gap on Doug Boehm, who plays Kevin Painter in our second match of the day. And he set his stall out superbly, averaging 101.81.
96.
His ton plus scores have completely sent Van Velzen into the mitts and the water. 100 of them. 5 ton 40 pluses. Both players have a couple of maxis in there. I was having a chat with Scott this morning on the way in, and he was saying he always feels like his scoring will put himself in positions in games, but the overriding issue for him is sometimes finishing legs off.
162.
He may have to finish it off right here, right now.
Scott, you require 121.
To use a phrase we hear in darts quite a lot, this is a phenomenal game.
96.
Nearly a phenomenal
Marvin, you
ending.
require 143.
But you feel this is going to be the one and only shot that Marvin may get to save the match.
Well, we're not going to get our crescendo on that particular term. We may not get it at all.
45.
Mitchell returning for
Scott, you
25
require
to pick up the first
25.
points of the morning session. Averaging in excess of 101.5. Double 8. To complete
shot. And the
a
match,
marvellous
Scott
performance
Mitchell.
and a marvellous win for Scott Mitchell. The average in the end drops below the ton mark, but these two, as they embrace at the end, have given us another thoroughly enjoyable contest. Van Velzen averaging 97, and he couldn't get a look in proceedings. Mitchell winning 4-2. That the tale of the tape from an incredible encounter to kickstart the day. Mitchell winning 4-2. Coming up after the break is Kevin Painter takes on Doug Boehm. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. What a start we've had to the day. Scott Mitchell making it 6 wins and 6 to kickstart his week. A 98 average and getting the better of Marvin van Velzen by 4 legs to himself. Average 97.1. Next up for us, Kevin Painter and Doug Boehm take to the stage. Painter, 56-year-old from rugby, former players, champion, the artist, takes on the American Boehm, 42 years of age, from Buffalo in New York. He has no name. Well, he does have a name. His name's Doug Boehm, but he uses a 24-gram John Park dart and played at the US Darts Masters at the Madison Square Gardens a couple of years ago. Well, this battle yesterday was won convincingly by Doug Boehm by 4 legs to 0, but it was kind of overshadowed by a couple of flashpoints in the contest.
First leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Proper bucket list location, that, for most people, isn't it, in New York? Living the dream every single day is Doug Boehm.
81.
Recently got back into darts again a couple of years ago. Taking a few years out to raise his family and spend some time in China.
Well, the whole of his family are here this week.
45.
They enjoyed one of the great British traditions, a Toby Carvery yesterday.
Well, you say that. I've recently
60.
been to America just a couple of weeks ago, and I, in return, did either a bucket list location sort of activity or, as you would say, a tradition. I had a hot dog
140.
from a hot dog stand in New York. That is living the dream. Come on, you've surely wanted to do
60.
that, haven't you, Henry? Hot dog stand in New York?
Possibly.
Maybe me and Doug will have to exchange pleasantries. I'll take him for some
30.
fish and chips while he's over here. Then when I go to New York again, you can take me for a pretzel.
39.
Plenty of places down the seafront for that. And there's a lot of people tuning in from the United States in the chat room. Do tell us where you're tuning in from on this Tuesday morning in the UK. Could be from the United Kingdom, could be from Europe, could be from North America, South America, Africa, Asia,
125.
Australia, wherever you are. Do let us know.
$91. Doug, you require 161.
Oh, Painter leaves himself on the fish, but what can Boehm make of the 161? Against throw in this opening leg.
48. Kevin, you require 170.
I have seen this finish from Kevin up close and personal. We're not going to see it on this occasion. But that does also have a little story to it,
105.
which I will tell you in the
Doug,
next
you require
leg.
113.
Meanwhile, Boehm looking at 113 to break the throw in the opener and open up a 1-0 lead. That strays wide. Not that you'd know by the smile on his face.
30.
A little
Kevin,
bit of a
you
mess of
require
that. Painter then
65.
to recover his throw, which for large swathes of this leg was under severe pressure. Going to get a dart. The tops. To lead 1-0 and a little
Kevin
bit of a
Painter.
let out of steam there from Painter.
Second leg, it's Doug to throw first. Game on.
Probably felt his doubles was just letting him down a little bit yesterday. Not the case here.
$83.
But I told you, I was going to tell you a story, didn't I, about that 170 finish? So
100.
it's no secret me and Kev practiced together for many, many years now. Probably 12, 13 years on a regular weekly basis. And he was left on 170, and I refused to go for the bullseye on my shot.
43.
And I turned around to him and said, if you're good enough, Kev, take the 170. And he took it. And he ran around the room, he was jumping on the chairs, ran across the tables.
43.
I can't say the exact words, but he was saying something along the lines of, oh, he's good enough. Shirt was over the head like Alan Shearer.
I think there'll be similar scenes in a couple of weeks when his Ipswich Town team win promotion to the Premier League.
26.
Big night in terms of some of the football teams around here at the
81.
Super Series. Owen Binks, a big Colchester United fan, they are taking on Doncaster Rovers. They need 1 point to stay up, but they're playing a team who
100.
are on the best winning run in the whole of the Football League. They've won 9 league games in a row. And their final 2 games are against a
55.
team chasing the playoffs and a team in the playoffs.
That is an ideal dart again there for Doug. Just sat in the bottom of the treble. The way his darts land, just that
85.
opens up the bed, and you can see the disappointment. He'd been expecting a lot more there.
$100. Doug, you require 164.
Kevin Painter just got a bit more of a steely look across the face today, hasn't he? Just looks like he's got a bit more purpose about him today.
Well, he has seen it on the
49.
odd occasion where
Kevin, you require
can take
122.
Kev to ease into proceedings over the course of a day or so. The bullseye doesn't quite go. But
Doug, you
Boehm,
require
115
115
to level up. Otherwise, his throw could well be broken here. But this has been his problem. There's been too many strays in the opening couple of legs. Case in point
42.
again.
Kevin,
Not
you
really made the
require
inroads he would have liked, but
25.
this for 2-0 lead and a breaker throw for Painter. 2 darts, a double 8. Now double 4. Doesn't go.
21. Doug, you require
Well, the doubles was
73.
the strength yesterday of Doug. 40 darts thrown, managed to hit 18, not far off of the 50%. But it might only be a dart at the 50 section. Saves it. Double 9.
64.
Not
Kevin,
to
you
be.
require 4.
And so Painter's going to have an 8th visit to the board here to mop up the second leg. 2s never lose.
Game shot
And it's
on
a
the second
2-0
leg,
lead that
Kevin
Painter moves
Painter.
into. Clipped into the corner.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
And the artist
on.
looking to prettily paint the picture.
$45.
It shows me he's been practicing really well recently as Kevin Painter. We did cover yesterday the sort of
70.
encouragement he's got for the game at the moment and trying to get out there and play as much darts as possible. Feels that's what's missing from his game at the moment, just that sort of regular competitive play. So we will really enjoy a week here at the Super Series, and he might be one of those players that grow into it as well as he gets
28.
more and more sort of game time and time up there on the stage. But there are a few demons for Kevin in this sort of situation.
100.
The year he went on to lose his PDC tour card, he spoke quite fondly about the amount of time he would be ahead in a match, be leading in a match, then just take the foot off the gas a little bit, not be able to
125.
sort of turn a good position into a win. And you do just look at the situation here and think, keep going, Kev, keep fighting, keep pushing.
68.
You do get into that mode where you start coasting, you get the breaker throw, you think, well, even if I lose my throw, I've still got the advantage of throw. And you get into a safety net, and in a short format game, it can
42.
soon get taken away.
However, the thing for Painter is Boehm's not given anything back by way of response. It's been a real slow start for the American.
30.
Well, it was his worst performance of the day yesterday, fixture number 1. It still was just shy of an 83 average, 82.99. It did go down 4 legs to 3.
100.
But he is just losing the light. Again, straying to the left.
86. Kevin, you require 161.
Maybe just throwing a little softer, just not got that full extension coming through yet.
55. Doug, you require 147.
Well, you sense it's a game that needs a spark. Is this going to be the moment where it's provided? Not this time for Doug. What can Painter do with the 106 to move himself 3-0 to the good? It's the kind of game where neither player are going to be impressed by their
95.
performance, but if Painter can
Kevin, you require
reel this off in
106.
quick succession, he'll be happy enough the fact that he's made some headway in terms of the legs difference. Good recovery of the second dart. Leads double 18.
88.
Doesn't quite go. And so Boehm back for
Doug, you
52.
require 52.
Double 16. Now up for double 8.
Game shot on the third
And
leg.
back we
Doug
go
Boehm.
to 2-1. And then crucially as well, in Doug's case, he's got the break.
Fourth leg. It's Doug to throw first.
Could say he's dug in.
Game on.
It's your turn today, is it?
Yep. What's they say about if they can't beat and join them?
83.
Kevin just trying to take a little bit of the pace out of this game, just trying to control things up there. Mostly his emotions, just trying to keep those in check because it can
41.
get away from you a little bit when you know what you've been doing. You'd have been in the practice room, you'd have been doing everything he wanted, throwing the way he wanted, the darts landing how they want, and then all of a sudden you get up there and it doesn't happen.
137.
Very familiar stance and throw and action there of Kevin Painter. Most people's throws sort of
55.
evolve and change a little bit over time, but Kevin Painter's on the eye has looked very, very similar.
$100.
I just wonder, we know obviously what happened in this particular fixture yesterday. Has that kind of, not in terms of any animosity or anything, but the tense nature that spilt over into this game, and as a result, things are just a little bit tense and twitchy?
Well, I don't think it's just the head-to-head or the fixture. I think it's also when you look at the
81.
league table. We're into day number 2 now. Today's the day where things take shape. And this is sort of a fixture where you look at the league table in terms of the
65.
placements for the players.
Doug, you require
That
100.
a defeat here could be a problem because Sebastian Bialecki is coming up next against Ray, who's not picked up a victory yet so far here at the Super Series.
Tots of Boehm
60.
doesn't go, but he has got time to recover the situation. He was 2-0 down, and he could bring it back to 2-2 here in very quick time.
140. Doug, you require 40.
Could be awkward that. He's had to move right across the left-hand side to try and get an angle.
No score.
That due to the angle of
Kevin,
entry
you
of the
require
dart with that
100.
smaller flight system and the action that we've just seen combine into a flat dart. But this could be some save here from Kevin Painter, who looked completely out of the leg.
Game shot on a fourth flag. Kevin Painter.
Big come on from Kevin Painter, who 3 throws ago had a bit of a speculative
Fifth
dart at the
leg, it's Kevin
bullseye
to
as if
throw
he'd give up
first.
on the leg.
Game on.
He's ended up winning it and being a leg away from the match.
A roar of approval from Painter.
Just not getting the grip right on the dart. One thing we know about Kevin Painter
100.
is he will only throw when he is ready to throw.
$100.
There's a bit of a derby of people wearing commemorative shirts as well, isn't it? We said yesterday Doug looked like he was playing in a Dennis Priestley shirt. Well, today we've got Kevin Painter playing in an Eric Bristow shirt, the legendary 5-time champion of the world. Good friend of Kevin Painter.
100.
Well, he played in a shirt like that. I think it was actually that specific shirt, the Circus Tavern of the World Seniors Championship.
It
60.
was. There was a few sort of nods to the past in that event. We said about the Dennis Priestley shirt. It was actually Darren Johnson who wore a Dennis Priestley shirt, wasn't he? Wore it when he took on Phil the Power Taylor.
Do you know the story behind Darren Johnson's nickname?
180.
So his nickname's DJ because his first name's Darren and his last name's Johnson.
Thought his nickname was Dynamite.
81.
That's kind of been lost, isn't it?
121.
Lemon and ball. Oh, he's chased the treble there, and he's paid the price. 37 left. So a single 5 will leave himself on double
89.
16 upon his
Kevin, you
return.
require
Painter to seal it
160.
in style. Maybe saving the best till last, but it's not going to be the case with the 160.
55. Doug, you require 32.
Doubling percentage has not quite been there for Doug. That it was yesterday, but he's got an opportunity to build on that here. Going to have to look down towards the bottom of the bed here, you feel.
16. Kevin, you require 105.
Kevin Painter has just trekked us to a 100 finish. Can he add to that with 105? Doing it in individual pieces. Vintage Kevin Painter, but that is not a vintage Kevin Painter. He's slipped it in the double 15. He's lost the opportunity to take out the shot. He sees the funny side. But you may not be
89.
laughing in a moment because Doug,
Doug, you
double
require
8.
16.
To keep this game alive.
2 8s. Can he just nudge it across? Surely now.
No score.
Well, it felt inconceivable he could miss with that
Kevin,
last
you
start, but
require
miss he does,
16.
and it opens up the opportunity for Painter here to seal the match. 2 8s for a 4-1 win. Nice guide. But now double 4. Doesn't
12.
go.
Doug, you require 16.
The chances have been there. Kevin Painter will feel that he should be off the stage now.
No
Wow.
score.
Another bust opportunity.
Kevin, you require
And another
4.
opportunity now for Kevin Painter to get the job done and pick up his first 2 points of the day. A reverse in regards of the result of yesterday where Doug took the victory by 4 legs to 0.
Well, Boehm was left to scratch his head. And he's going to have to scratch it some more as Kevin Painter gets over the line. He seals a 4-1 win against the American Doug Boehm. Painter on the board. 6 points to his name now. Wasn't a classic match, but Painter the victor nonetheless. Bialecki and Mulvey follows after this. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Kevin Painter got the better of Doug Boehm by 4 legs to 1. That moves Painter on to 6 points as far as this group is concerned. Our third game is the final match for the first round of fixtures. It sees the 20-year-old Pole, Sebastian Bialecki, in action. He's at 9 data in this building. He's also made a UK Open quarter-final. Bolt takes on the Irishman, Ray Mulvey, 36 years of age, from Leitrim in Ireland, Irish Masters winner. The nickname Razor celebrated his 36th birthday yesterday. He'll be hoping the results are better today than it was yesterday. Although I do hope he did celebrate his birthday after the session was completed. There's plenty of places to go, isn't there, in Portsmouth to celebrate your big day?
Throw first. Game on.
I'm not sure I'd use the word plenty, but there are some places.
Such as the exit on the M27. Well, Bialecki starting off in the vein that he left off yesterday, was superb on day one. Daily average of 88.5, 17 from 54 when it came to the doubling.
41.
That's just Sebastian Bialecki to a T.
He is the bookie's favourite to win this group, despite the fact he had to find 2 points
95.
from day one. Scott Mitchell going through the card, and he's started off well so far today. So this could actually be quite an important game for Sebastian Bialecki. If he is to keep hold of that favouritism. He's playing a player who we've heard a lot about. A lot of people believe in Ray Mulvey. Believe there's much more to come and more to show, when you can see in some of his results just going down by scores of 5-4 to Richie Burnett on the Challenge Tour, 5-4 to Reece Robinson, who we're going to see here in Champions Week. So if that was horse racing, you'd say that's quite franked form.
Yeah, Reece Robinson's going to be in another one of our Champions Weeks.
78.
But the issue with Ray, and he knows it, we all know it, it's the elephant in the room. It's the doubling. Yesterday, 7 from 53. But he improves upon that. There was enough
Sebastian,
in terms of signs in the scoring stakes, etc., that painted a good picture for him. Double 16, though, for 14 dart start for Bialecki.
Sebastian Bialecki.
Well, it's proficient from the pole, and it's what we've come to expect from Bolt.
Second leg, it's Ray to throw first. Game on.
Not one that gives much away is Bialecki, which actually I think is possibly why he has the success that he does here, the Super Series. Don't want to expunge energy that you can't or ill afford to waste.
I think the big thing for Sebastian Bialecki that gives him that consistency across a whole day, across a whole week, is just that action. So reliable, that technique.
131.
Just looks so comfortable, doesn't he, within
40.
the game? Doesn't ride the emotion or the wave. Some people need it. Could you imagine Gerwyn Price trying to play in a Sebastian
81.
Bialecki mindset?
He's
Actually got a bit more franked form when you look at
59.
people that have done well here at the Super Series, who Ray has managed to beat. He actually has a win over Mike Warburton, someone who we respect very highly here at the Super Series, who's had much success here.
58.
Up there on that stage and various stages around the world. So another really good sign that there's quality in there for Ray.
45.
Just get the sense that this week with Ray of just be unlocking those keys or unlocking those padlocks at certain times. We know the ability's there. He's just got to try and unearth it on the big stage under the pressure cauldron the lights and the cameras provide.
125.
He's not going to get a go at double this time, and Bialecki should at the very least get a dart at the ball. But if he doesn't take it out, Mulvey's left with free in hand a double 16, but it's 2 at double 14 for Bialecki. And Mulvey's going to get a go.
72.
Well, that's rare.
Ray, you require
It's rare that you
32.
get the mistake, but also in the manner of the mistake there from Sebastian Bialecki. But this was where the mistakes was yesterday for Raymond.
16. Sebastian, you
Continue
require
to be so.
16.
And so Bialecki returns to double 8 once more. To move into a 2-0 lead.
Game
And
shot on the
2-0 it will
second
be
leg,
to
Sebastian
Bialecki.
Third leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on. $57.
Well, these are the types of openings that Ray needs to pick up upon in this particular encounter.
60.
Well, let's have a look at what's going on in the chat room today. David Hasselquist. 2 questions for Matt. 1, how are the new darts flying? I saw it was a
100.
different shape and a different grip. What led you to make those changes?
So yeah, I'm just tinkering with the tungsten at the moment. Various different
140.
setups, just trying to find something that's a little bit easier on the wrist, try and give a bit more longevity throughout a day. So we'll be changing a few shapes and different things. I've not settled on anything yet. I'm still working with my manufacturer,
82.
and we'll be doing that again in the coming week.
And 2, what contest are you going to next? And what's your rank?
108.
Don't know exactly which one I'm going to be going to next. I'm looking at the end of May. I just need a couple of weeks just to heal up again. It's a little bit harder for me to play darts than
98.
other people have the
Ray,
luxury
you
of doing
require
so. So yeah,
121.
maybe the end of May we're looking at.
$86.
Well, he's
Sebastian, you
himself
require
on 35.
164.
What could Bialecki do with the 164? Not take it out. And so Mulvey's going to get another couple of darts in hands. It's 3 in this game.
57.
And
Ray,
Bialecki
you
still
require
leaves himself on a free
35.
darter upon his... Well, he can take out in 2, but it is a free darter. Double 8.
Game shot
Back
on
to
the third
2-1. That's a
leg,
14
Ray
darter
Mulvey.
for Ray, and that'll be a real positive and encouraging sign for the Irishman.
Fourth flag, it's Ray to throw first. Game on. $44.
When you throw with a smaller system like Ray Mulvey is, it means that the dart's going to go through the air a little bit quicker, but it also means that that release needs to be
96.
right and that you've actually got to propel the dart. Any time that just comes through a little bit soft, you're going to see him start going into those
60.
5s. And when you just get that little bit of tension in the arm as well, and you're moving around the board, that's when you tend to get found out, which is kind of been the story here with Ray on the outer ring so far this week.
96. $96. $84.
Well, this contest has just reached a bit of a stalemate, but Bialecki has taken the throw, or at least he did up until that visit.
123.
So there's a slender lead as far as the leg's concerned. But can't afford to come up dry, and he won't.
$87.
But that is a slip at the last. But Mulvey's problem is because the darts sit down, the first dart above the wire like that one there
41.
causes him a lot of
Sebastian, you
issues.
require 138.
Triple 18 would have left double 12 for the 138. And if he got that, then he probably would have worn a
Ray, you
t-shirt with the
require
number all over it.
137. 97. Sebastian, you
If
require
he
40.
took out the Humphreys, shot he used to win the World Grand Prix.
Game shot on the 4 flag, Sebastian Bialecki.
Bialecki gets that breaker throw back. He's fully in control of his emotions at
flag,
all
it's
times,
Sebastian
Sebastian
to throw
Bialecki,
first.
and he just
Game
never
on.
gets drawn into those individual battles and moments. Nothing changes. Very robotic. Probably the best compliment you could ever give a dart player.
40. 58. 58.
Just feels a bit flat at this present moment in time. After the
100.
exhilarating ride that we enjoyed in that first game between Mitchell and Van Velzen, it's just feels like a lot of players are going through motions right now, but that's more like it from Bialecki.
80.
You'd be hoping that's a max that brings to the beginning to the end of proceedings.
125.
Well, that's certainly got Jack Garwood, our referee's tonsils going through the motions.
$48.
When we look at the performances of Sebastian Bialecki yesterday, his worst performance was performance number 1.
54.
Game number 1, this early morning shift. It is a little bit trickier to prepare for, but when you get out there on the various tours, the events are getting earlier and earlier, certainly with the boom that we've seen in darts recently and the amount of people wanting to take part in the tournaments. They have to start earlier and earlier all the time, so this early time slot's actually becoming a little bit more normal now.
Bialecki's left himself tops for the match for a 4-1 victory
Sebastian, you
to
require 40.
kickstart his day. Put him back to in a couple of points of Scott Mitchell at the top,
Game shot,
and tops his
Dynamite,
pin to move
Sebastian
Bialecki on
Bialecki.
to 10 points. He gets the better of Ray Mulvey by 4 legs to 1, and the pole is on the board. Sebastian looking to make a bolt on day 2. And as far as his numbers are concerned, pretty much similar to that of day 1 for him. 88-81 on the average, 4 from 6 on the doubles. We're going to return with Doug Boehm and Marvin Van Velzen after this short break.
This is the penalty shootout. Oh, he's through on goal. This is easy.
Crystal Palace have always been good at penalties. Isn't that right, Owen?
This
is going to catch on, this one. Oh, look at that. That was relentless. That was Ali McCoy's desk. Come on, Wednesday.
Well, referee Owen Binks finally seeing what proper football looks like in our latest challenge, available now on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. That on top of other great bonus content, including exclusive interviews and the Bullseye Challenge, available now if you subscribe. It's not just the live action that we bring you here at the Super Series, but the action will get back underway with Game 4 of our morning session as that man there, Marvin van Velzen, takes on Doug Boehm. Before the break, Sebastian Bialecki got the better of Ray Mulvey by 4 legs to 1, averaging just under 89, 4 from 6 on the doubles. It was a very good start for the poll. Now, these two lost their first games, but it was two completely contrived performances. Van Velzen averaging 97 and change in a 4-2 defeat to Scott Mitchell, whilst Doug Boehm was
First leg, it's Doug to throw first.
boiled with an encounter against Kevin Painter, where he missed 16 darts at a double and won just a solitary leg. So on the basis of game 1, there'd be only one winner, but I think we know that two games are not exactly the same here at the Super
26.
Series.
It's just how you deal with it in the back room, how you sort of go back and regroup, because for Doug it was a long way off the
140.
performance that we've been seeing and the performance that we sort of expect from Doug here at the Super Series. But the biggest issue he had was stray darts, losing the lie on that 20.
55.
Something he was sort of feeling a lot yesterday. We saw him gesture, didn't we, with left or right, where he sort of felt the arm sort of move across. I mean, the long hours shouldn't be too much of an issue for him. He is a big practicer, 4 to 5 days a week. He'll spend 3 hours on a board. He's actually set the dartboard up in the living room so he can just sort of practice whilst watching a bit of Coronation Street, if they have Coronation Street in New York. I'm not sure they do.
On the subject of Coronation Street, what's happening to Roy Cropper?
I'm behind at the minute, so no spoilers. Still about a month behind. I need to go home at some point, which is a very
38.
rarity these days.
Marvin, you require 170.
Van Velzen 170 to take out the opening leg.
93.
But what has happened to Doug?
60.
15 darts.
Marvin, you require
And that 60
67.
is his best score so far.
Tops.
37.
Doesn't go, but he's got a plethora of time.
$59. Marvin, you require 40.
So this for the break. Double 10. And it is 1-0 Van Velzen, who's really beginning to find something here, has to be said.
Well, he does have a lot of
Second leg,
quality and
it's Marvin to throw
experience
first.
that we have
Game on.
seen. Was part of the Dutch national youth team, alongside some very good players. He also
99.
was playing his local darts alongside two of the world's finest, Dirk van Dijvenbode and Jeffrey Deswan. He's a player that's got
95.
ambition. He knows where he wants to go. He's played in a couple of World Masters events. But his big goal this year is to make sure he gets in that PDC Youth World
38.
Championship. Currently started quite well in regards to time on the development tour.
$76.
Well, this is a residual drop-off for Doug. Day 1, his average for the course of 5 games, 88.66, was 18 out of 40 on the doubles. He was just under 50%.
134.
Has to be said, this has come from pretty much nowhere. And credit to Van Velzen here. He's doing the best he can just to
95.
negate the situation to the best of his advantage, just by ploughing on himself and just not allowing the situation to creep into his game.
41. $68.
It's key to remember, though, that poor Doug, he is sort of just getting back into darts, and he's sort of going to a level at the moment that he hasn't quite been at. He's obviously played good darts before, but didn't really spend too many times playing in those sort of top events.
Doug, you require 167.
Six to 7 events a year he'd try and get to in
94.
regards to test himself
Marvin, you
against those
require
top players.
150.
He has beaten everyone that is to play over in America. With the developments of things over there with the CDC,
60.
cross-border
Doug, you
challenge just
require
recently where
73.
Alex Spellman hit a 9-dart leg. Will no doubt want to be part of this revolution.
33.
Might be what's really encouraged
Marvin,
him
you
to get back
require
into the
90.
game.
Well, he nearly got back into the game there, missing a dart at top. So you're hoping to get 3 more. And he's going to get 3 more because Van Velzen
50.
chased the treble and strayed the other side into
Doug,
the
you
treble
require
5.
40.
This would be a steal. Let's get that right. But double 10
30.
doesn't go. And the opportunity
Marvin,
that he
you
had to
require
get himself
40.
back into the contest has come and gone. And Van Velzen will return for 3 more at tops.
Game shot on a
2-0.
second leg.
And you can see what that
Marvin
meant to Van
Velzen.
Velzen. He knows he's kind of got away with one there.
We expect to
Third
see that
leg,
sort of
it's Doug
reaction
to
from
throw
Marvin
first.
plenty more times
on.
throughout the day. But one thing I like about him is he's very controlled in that approach. So he gives it that release, he has that excitement. But if you see there, just goes to the back of the stage, facing away, taking a deep breath. He's not just trying
100.
to run away with it. Sometimes people will have the celebration, have their moment, and then they want to be straight back on it again. And it's good to see him sort of keeping it all in check and in control.
96.
You can have explosive emotion and be in control of it at the same time. But one thing Doug's not been in control of today is his finishing. Yesterday, key strength of his, nearly around
83.
the 50% mark. 18 hits from 40 darts at a double. Today, he's hit just 1 from 21 attempts.
125.
Do you know what that equates to in terms of a percentage?
Enlighten me.
140.
Well, nor do I, so you just got to wait while I Google it. 4.76%.
He's today missed almost as many darts at a double he did
100.
yesterday, because over the course of a whole day, 5 games, he missed just 22.
He's nearly missed as many in game
55.
1.5 so far, as he did across his whole 5 games. The problem is very clear and evident, and
140.
well, the problem right now is
Doug, you
Marvin Van
require
Velzen, because he's hitting him
123.
hard.
Here's the treble 18. Yes, bullseye.
98.
Well, it would have been from nowhere to
Marvin, you
everywhere
require
for Doug
40.
Boehm if he had pinned that. Double 10. There'll be a roar if this goes.
30.
But it doesn't go. And Doug has
Doug,
a
you
route back
require
into this leg
25.
and possibly a route back into this match.
This has to go, and that's a beautiful dart. That's inviting.
9.
I was sort of expecting there,
Marvin,
the
you
way his darts
require
land
10.
flat, that was just a perfect dart for him. But this is for a double breaker throw, and potentially a reaction.
Great guide. But no
No score.
find.
Doug, you require 16.
It's at this point in the day where we've got to remind players that the doubles are the things on the outside vias. Double 4.
Game shot on the
Gets
third
it
leg.
done in the
Doug
end.
Boehm.
Boehm brings it back to 2-1.
Fourth flag. It's Marvin to throw first. Game on. .57. .58.
Oh, and Van Velzen, someone who's sort of growing into the experience, which could cause a few problems in the future as well, because this isn't going to be the only time that you see Marvin Van Velzen here at the Super Series. He's been taking part in the ADC qualifiers over in Europe, and he's actually guaranteed another week where
100.
I believe he's coming back in August time. So that also gives you a little bit of sort of safety, a bit of comfort when we listen to Marvin Van Velzen at the start of the day. His big goal and ambition was to be here on a Saturday night. Well, he's got 2 cracks this week. He's going to get another 2 later on in the year. When you've got those chances and those lives, you don't
Marvin, you
quite
require
feel the
124.
urgency of the situation to go and achieve what he wants to achieve, which is playing here with a bit of an
84.
audience and trying to pick up that weekly prize, book himself into Champions Week, where he could be the £25,000 winner, the biggest prize check ever paid out at
58.
the Super Series.
Marvin, you require 40.
Apart from Chris Mason's weekly wage. Tops. For 3-1.
No score.
Doesn't go. Well, so far in this game, Boehm 1 from 10, Van Velzen 2 from 13 on the doubles. .21 darts have been missed at a double in this match.
85.
And
Marvin, you
we are not even
require
at the
40.
end of leg 4 yet. Tops for 3-1. Great is the wire. Dips below. It
30.
doesn't find a way in.
Doug, you require 104.
It feels like a tungsten purgatory right now.
.80. Marvin, you require 10.
Who wants the leg?
Well, this is a double that's been causing him problems.
Game shot on the fourth flag. Marvin Van Velzen.
I think he enjoyed that.
Fifth flag. It's Doug to throw first. Game on.
I think there was a bit of relief in that as well for Marvin. That wasn't just a celebration of joy. There's a lot of relief in there. You can see a comment coming in today from Sam Lowe asking if I'm going to be playing in the series.
81.
Absolutely not, Sam. Wait till you see the lineups of players we've got coming your way. You certainly won't want me in there with those. Some cracking lineups coming your way over the next couple of weeks as we wrap up another
140.
series here at the Super Series.
Hello to Patrick Poppington, wherever you are. Whoever you are.
81.
Patrick Poppington, you just said.
Hi, Patrick. Hope you're keeping well.
125.
Hope life's treating you okay.
I mean, there's certainly some weeks coming up where I look at it and I go, I would not want to play in that week. And one of them is actually next week.
134.
You'll find out why later on this week when we do the lineup reveal.
Didn't fancy playing in the Influencers event.
125.
Well, I'm going to be there.
.95. Marvin, you require 111.
A chance on the match for Marvin. After just 9 darts, leaves himself on an out. I mean, the chance hasn't gone.
33. Doug, you require
Feel that
110.
gets a little bit edgy when the finishing line comes into sight. We'll stay down on the treble 19 at would have given him a dart at the double 16, but instead, Marvin
70.
with an opportunity
Marvin,
to
you
get the
require
job done
78.
and put a much-needed 2 points on the table.
Well, Marvin is starving for victory. He's been starved of them so far this week. He's not going to recover to give himself a match dart here, and so Boehm back for Tots for 3-2.
Doug, you require 40.
Edgy. We said that last celebration seemed one of relief rather than of joy. And a very edgy couple of visits, and now he goes all the way back to 501. One of his lines, one of his opportunities gone. This will be the one, though, that he would have felt was the leg to win, the leg where he's throwing first. He'd have eyed this one up. There's a chance to get the job done.
135.
He starts off very, very well. Really good recovery there after losing the lie with the first dart. On the balance of play and on the scoring of the players, you'd
85.
expect that there's going to be plenty more opportunities for Marvin.
$96. $125.
I mean, we've got
45.
Philip in the chat asking a fantastic question here in regards to how do you take that practice game into matches and what tips could they be given. The main tip is make sure that your practice has purpose, and it has purpose that can replicate the feeling and the vibe of the
85.
match situation. If you stand in the back just throwing darts at the board and then you go up there and you're trying to play with that emotion, remember, every single dart in a match has a reaction. 60 points, 20 points, a double, you win, you lose. So make sure you have practice that every single dart has emotion attached to it. If you can practice with emotional attachment, you'll be able to
45.
play exactly how
Marvin,
you do in the
require
practice.
85.
There shouldn't be a practice game and a match game.
Well, this is for the match.
45.
Well, he didn't fancy going
Doug,
for
you
the 20
require
and the ball.
161.
He said to Doug, I don't think you're going to hit this, and on this occasion he was right.
Tots for the win.
55. Marvin, you require 40.
Tots of Van Velzen to seal full 2. To seal the win and over the line, Van Velzen is. He gets the better with Doug Boehm by 4 legs to 2 in a game blighted by missed doubles. But Van Velzen happy with the victory. So let's have a look at the tail of the tape then from this particular encounter. 81.56 was good enough to win for Van Velzen. For Boehm, he's got work to do. Next up, Scott Mitchell against Ray Mulvey. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where we're about to see that man, Scott Mitchell, back in action. He's top of the table, having won each of the 6 games he's played so far. In Group A, he takes on Ray Mulvey, who's looking to pick up his first win here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. Well, as far as these two players have started the day, Ray averaged 81.34, 1 from 4 on the double. Mitchell was superb, wasn't he, against Marvin van Velzen. Averaging 98.86, was over the ton mark for pretty much the whole of the contest. 4 from 10 on the doubles. A couple of axes in there too. This, you'd say on paper, should be a win for Mitchell, but we know what this format can muster up on a all too regular basis.
Game on.
The unbeaten Scott Mitchell. And it's not like people haven't hit against him. People have hit hard. Certainly Marvin van Velzen, he averaged 97 against him in the opening fixture. But
100.
Scott Mitchell just riding that wave of confidence right now.
$131.
He's going to take more of that from Ray to get the victory here against Scott. He's going to have to tighten up the finishing. We've seen that a little bit from him already today, from Ray Mulvey. Maybe settling into the task a little bit now here at the Super Series. He's had a day to sort of feel it out, get used to the environment, get used to the experience, knows what is expected of him now.
$60.
It was interesting, Scott was saying in his interview yesterday about coming into today, he's upset 5 people, and that actually there's going to be more of a tag labelled to him as a result of actually being successful yesterday.
Feels like the bullseye's on his back rather than on the board. Well, he might be wearing the bullseye, but no one's been able to hit it so far.
$93.
All right, first to a finish. It's a big ask, but unless Scott Mitchell can find a treble, which he does, you would have made Ray favourite.
100. Ray, you require 134.
134 for Mulvey. Doesn't go. And so Mitchell 96 to
55. Scott,
take out the opening
96.
leg with throw. So it's a main. It will probably stay there. Did stay there. And so Mulvey here, as long as he stays
56.
straight, should get a dart at tops
Ray,
to
you
take out the
require
opening leg
79.
against throw.
Should get a dart. It's going to be at tops. The dart completely out of the way.
59. Scott, you require 40.
Not able to sharpen up on the finishing on this occasion. Tops for Mitchell. Down to 10s for the opening leg.
Game shot on the first
And in
leg.
it goes.
Scott
Mitchell takes the opening leg. Not quite the rip-roaring heights that he mustered in his opening game
Second
against
leg.
Marvin,
It's Ray
but
to throw first.
it's a leg in the leisure
Game on.
nonetheless.
$100.
It's interesting what the cameras do, isn't it? We've talked about the pressures that they add to players, and some people have said that they
59.
add a few pounds to people as well. Was it the camera adds £10? It also changes the impression of things, actually. Because when I saw Scott Mitchell wearing his new shirt today, which is a new design for
46.
him, and I looked at the back of the shirt, I thought he's put a black dog on a black background, and it just kind of blends in a little bit. It's quite hard to see the dog, but when you see it through the camera, it actually is quite stands out quite a bit.
81.
I like the fact that the dog's got a star on its collar to signify his World Championship win.
And on the collar that he used to probably walk on the Dog onto the lakeside stage. The
140.
invisible dog, I need to remind you.
Yeah, I'm not sure health and safety would have allowed it after the Bob Anderson horse incident.
I wonder if he gets through to Saturday, if we get a crowd in here, if he'll bring the lead.
100.
I'm sure he'll be watching this back, and I'm sure now, having said that, he will. Well, he's had a little glance up to us, so maybe he heard us. There it is. There's the Scotty dog. Looks like a very angry dog. Looks like it's been told no walkies today.
Well, he's going to be a busy man, isn't he? He's
100.
got
Ray, you
5
require
games of darts to
75.
put in.
$43. Scott, you require
Now, Mulvey leaves himself on a
161.
double to level up. What can Mitchell make of the 161? Treble 17. Doesn't go. And so Mulvey here to level up. Remember, he had a dart to
97.
win the first leg of this
Ray, you
encounter.
require
He's now
32.
going to have 3 in hand to win leg 2.
Game
Much
shot on the
better.
second leg.
Level
Ray
we are.
Mulvey.
1-1. The razor sharper when it comes to the doubling.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Well, Mitchell could become the
85.
second Super Series commentator to win a week here. But there's already been 2 commentators that have made it
97.
through to a Champions Week. Now, here we go. It's time for the infamous Tungsten Teaser. Because, in fact, there's been 3 players who have commentated, doesn't have to be specifically here,
60.
to have played at a Champions Week at the Super Series. Now, I'm going to give you between now and Scott's next game against Sebastian Bialecki to name, apart from
100.
the obvious name, Chris Mason, the other 2 that have commentated and played at a Champions Week at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, and on the YouTube chat room. It's Tuesday, which means it's Tungsten Teaser time.
60. $60. $100.
Well, the biggest difference in this game is Scott Mitchell's scoring power pack. In game 1 against Van Velzen, Mitchell had 12 scores of a ton or more, 5 of 140 or more. But in this game against Mulvey, just 6 ton scores. Mulvey's actually outscored him in the 140 column and actually has an average 9 points higher than Adam Mitchell. 3 140s in the game, 88 average compared to Mitchell's, which is below the 80
100.
mark.
Ray, you require 104.
But Mitchell's going to get a go on the 96 to
52. Scott,
he
you
established his lead at 2-1, but if it doesn't go, Mulvey's going to have a couple of darts to break. We'll stay there. 88. Big dart, big moment. But Mitchell
88.
isn't up to the task.
Ray, you require 52.
They're the sort of shots he's been using to bail himself out of situations.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well, he really
Ray
has
Mulvey.
sharpened up here, hasn't he, Ray Mulvey, on the outer ring. Much better performance today.
Fourth flag, it's Ray to
3
throw
hits
first.
from his 8
Game on.
attempts. Scott Mitchell
100.
may have come into this game feeling that this could be a win in the bag. Scott Mitchell, top of the table, won all his games. Ray Mulvey, bottom of the table, lost all his games.
43.
But Mitchell's been broken.
But how many times do we say in football, Matt, where the bottom team beats the top team in a league table? It could well be the case here.
41.
Certainly at the back end of the season, you get those sort of clashes, don't you, where a team at the bottom's trying to do something to survive, and you've got teams playing for playoffs or promotions.
Remember a couple of years ago when
60.
Huddersfield drew 0-0 at the Etihad against Manchester City? Huddersfield went down, City went on to win the league. Of course, Liverpool losing to Watford, who would in turn go down in 2020.
140. $59.
Looking to fill it up.
140.
But that 140 leaves himself on the 2 data and the possibility to break back here.
$58.
It's felt like for Scott
Scott, you
so far in this
require
game, one
81.
good leg, one bad leg. He hasn't been able to string anything together. He's got 6 from here, though, to square up.
$41.
Leaves himself on tops.
$59. Scott, you require 40.
He's guaranteed 3. He may feel he's going to get 6. But you want to get it done as early as possible. Not provide Ray Mulvey with any encouragement or hope.
30.
And he does. He gets some hope.
Ray,
He
you
gets some
require
chances.
124.
Needs to find at least the 1 treble. Treble 18 will give him a dart at the ball. It's not going to go.
78. Scott, you require 10.
For 2-2.
Shot on the 4th
Desamondo.
flag, Scott Mitchell.
Little puff of the cheeks there from Scott Mitchell. Relief.
5th flag, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Come on, he says. He wants to get the ball rolling. Wants to find that Scott Mitchell that was in form earlier on. 98.86 he averaged in his opening victory
140.
over Marvin van Velzen.
$59. $100. $100.
Beautiful dart from Mitchell. Sat perfectly in the board. You expect him to fill it up.
180.
It's called talking him in, Henry.
He must be thinking, Scott, and you must have been in this position in games in the past where
60.
you know
Scott,
you're the
you
better player, but
require
you're just
81.
unable to get the job done. And you must be thinking, just if I could just click something together for a couple of minutes, I'm off that stage.
I don't think I've ever been in that situation where I thought I'm the better player.
Good point, well made, double fault.
73.
But yeah, jokes aside, it can really feel like a drag sometimes.
58. Scott, you require 8.
You almost start to get a bit anticipation. You're always looking over your shoulder, almost worried that
Shot
they're
on
going
the
to
fifth
spark
flag,
into life.
Scott
But
Mitchell.
that was a good leg there from Scott. Best leg of the game so far, 14 dart leg. And maybe now starting to
Sixth
stamp his
flag, it's
authority
Ray to throw
on this
first.
fixture.
Game on. 140.
What Mulvey has done, though, is dug into the task and has asked Scott a lot of questions. And that 140 there means that Mitchell needs to find something just as surmountable.
41.
But as we know, Scott Mitchell has been the king of the 4 threes this week.
Well, he knows he'll have the advantage of throwing first as well, and he did allude to that yesterday, didn't he, when he came up here
96.
to have a chat with us both at the end of the day after going through the card. He said one of the things since doing a bit of the commentary work is more aware of being in that situation and the big advantage that it has, having the advantage of throw in the last leg.
100.
So this is a bit of a freebie here for Scott Mitchell, but he's going to need some mistakes here from Ray Mulvey to give himself the opportunity. And
100.
doesn't seem too many mistakes at the moment. Now, you may look at that and think that's a mistake he hasn't left a finish, but Scott Mitchell's in a position he can't leave a finish, so Ray probably wouldn't have gone for the 167 anyway if he'd have switched over to the 18s.
100.
The big issue for Ray is Scott has found the scoring boots now. A few legs ago, Mitchell was about 140, Mulvey had 3. They're 3 compared to the one of Mulvey since, and his ton plus scoring as well as found its feet as well as his first max of the match. But it's deserted him in this leg.
60.
And maybe he's condemned himself to a last leg decider. Mulvey 6 on 133 to send us the distance.
97.
He leaves himself on double 12. Oh, sorry, double 18.
Big last start. Could be a match-saving last start, that from Ray Mulvey.
41.
Well, that leaves him on a bogey, so Scott Mitchell's mind's probably wandering now to the last leg.
Well, that's low. That felt tense. Mitchell's thinking couple of trebles here and hoping that the Mulvey misses become epidemic once more.
Well, with Mitchell a long way off, that maybe split it?
59.
It did seem that long off that maybe it was an actual conscious choice to go to a more preferred double. Certainly with the way his darts lie, he would have been blocking up that double 18.
That Gresley found the wire, but then that found its way in. One good, one bad. 3-3.
7th and final leg. It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
The equation is simple here for Scott. Just one treble. That's all he'll be thinking. Hit that one treble and put the pressure on the opponent.
Both players deep in thought.
60.
Well, a mini chance here in the early exchanges.
58.
The heart rate will be pumping at the moment for Ray Mulvey, who hasn't picked up a victory yet on the Super Series stage, but I can tell you now, the other players in the back room will be Ray Mulvey fans right now, because Scott Mitchell yet to taste defeat. And he may not. Provided the opportunity that Ray Mulvey was not up to taking, and then he's hit him hard.
85.
Yesterday, Mitchell won his first 2 games 4-3. It swung the group in his direction. He may well be on the cusp of another last leg deciding success.
What a player when he comes to the last leg. Scott Mitchell really raises
100.
it. Really picks up the standards. Leaves a finish after 9.
60. Scott, you require 161.
Big advantage in the scoreboard. It's in Scott Mitchell's hands. And he will go for this. What a way this would be to win the match.
136.
Width of a wire away.
Needs to find another. Even if he does find another, that deflection
79.
has written him out of a chance. So
Scott, you require 25.
at least 6 darts here for Scott Mitchell to wrap the job up.
It's 8-8.
Game shot.
It's
and the
another
match.
win for
Scott
Mitchell. It's 7 heaven for Scotty Dog as he gets the better of Ray Mulvey in 7. Well, it was a much better performance from Ray. He could draw a lot of positives from that. But Mitchell just finding the big scores and the big moments when it mattered in that final leg. The tail of the tape from there is all to see. Coming up after the break, Kevin Painter and Sebastian Bialecki. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Scott Mitchell kept up his perfect record in Group A, getting the better of Ray Mulvey by 4 legs to 3 in the last leg decider, averaging 84. And 4 from 13 when it came to the doubling. Right, next up for us, we're going to watch the artist, Kevin Painter, in action up against Sebastian Bialecki. Big game this for Kevin. Now finds himself 8 points behind Mitchell at the top of the table. Wins this one, keeps himself just about in touch, and also will open up a bit of a buffer for the former world champion Bialecki. His task now is to pile the pressure on
It's Kevin to throw first.
ahead of a meeting between the pair in round 3's worth of action. What do we reckon's going to happen in this one, Matt? Because we know what Kev can do, but didn't quite show it in game 1.
I think Kevin Painter's one of those players that every single game will feel like an individual battle, an individual game.
100.
I don't think he's someone who plays the day as a continuation. He's someone who will play it as 5 individual games, which means we'll probably get 5 completely
49.
contrasting individual performances from him. Something we don't tend to get too much from with Bialecki, too much in terms of a wavering of performance. He's very steady, very consistent, and very good.
93. $60. 132. $60.
Having a good look at that, Kevin. Not happy with the early exchanges here. Yet to find a treble in his first 4 visits, and Bialecki saying thank you very much. I'll have a
100.
comfortable breaker throw. These are the sort of shots that just sort of annoy you a little bit as well. When you feel the legs
Sebastian
gone and then
requires
you start hitting the
76.
treble. It's like, where was you a minute ago?
Double eight.
60. Kevin, you require 137.
137 for Painter to take a 1-0 lead.
$29. Sebastian, you require 16.
Well, double eight for Bialecki to move 1 to the good. Breaker forward in shoe.
Game
And
shot
the
on
breaker
first
forward in
leg,
shoe. And the
Sebastian
pole finds
Bialecki.
himself 1 up.
Second leg, it's Sebastian to throw first.
Don't
Game
forget,
on.
of course, our tungsten teaser for the day. Which 3 commentators, and had to commentated here, have played at a
96.
Champions Week? At MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, and on the chat room too. Hi to the chat room fam.
117. $99. $41.
There's a bit of frustration starting to come into the game for Kevin Painter. Someone who's been practicing and preparing really well for this event, and it's just not happening up there, and it does get very frustrating when you know what you're
128.
capable of and you know what you've been doing in the build-up to this, and it doesn't start coming through.
54.
Probably doesn't help the fact that Sebastian Bialecki averaging just under 100 as well, which means when you are having these dips in performance, it also equates to quite a gap in terms of the score lines and scoreboards.
85.
Well, you feel like you're playing your own isolated game, whilst the other guy on the hockey is just going about their business quite proficiently.
Well, you are playing a game, but the problem is you're playing the game against yourself.
45.
You're battling
Sebastian,
with
you require
yourself all the
93.
time, and that's where it feels like Kevin is just slipping into a little bit at the moment.
$53.
Leaving himself on tops for a 2-0 advantage, and Painter in this game nowhere to be seen so far.
$40. Sebastian, you require 40.
2-0.
Game shot on a second leg.
Into the bottom
Sebastian
corner, and
Bialecki.
Bialecki doubles his advantage.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. $85.
You feel like the pace of this game really suits Sebastian Bialecki as well. He's not someone who will
$45.
like to play with someone who's quite a quick player, because he'll probably feel like he's always coming to the hockey and he's always there, where Kev's actually surprised himself. Wow, he says as he pops that one straight in the middle of the treble 20.
97.
An ironic double people's eyebrow.
We've all been there, haven't we? Well, us mere mortals, unlike the likes of Kev, who've been there, done it, worn the t-shirt.
83.
Wearing the t-shirt of a 5-time world champion today, Eric Bristow.
99.
And for him, he'd like to have a star of his own on the patch, and that would be by winning the World Seniors Championship, which will return to the Circus Tavern in February.
57.
3 days this time around. You can get your tickets via dartshot.tv. That's the same site you can go to get your tickets for a finals night here at the Super Series.
140.
More on how you can be here on a Saturday night in due course. The first painter looking to bring it back to 2-1, looking at 80.
60. Kevin, you require 80.
Double 10. Up for 5s. Now he's got time on his side, so he may think about his options here.
72.
And splits to leave double 4.
$40. Kevin, you
Time
require
on his hands
8.
here for Kevin Painter.
Game
Doesn't
started
need no
third
time.
leg, Kevin Painter.
Comfortable, solid hold of throw.
Fourth flag. It's
And
Sebastian.
it was
to throw
Sebastian
first.
Bialecki's turn there to be left
Game
in the
on.
distance. 216 points still on the scoreboard required, but I suppose he's done the hard work. He's got the breaker throw for him now. All he's got to do is hold.
135.
Well, there hasn't been a leg in this match. It's been close. It's all been one-way traffic. Sometimes we don't need to say anything to let you know how a player is thinking and feeling. And with Painter on that particular occasion, you could tell how
77.
irked he is. We did mention that World Seniors Darts Championship, which will return to the Circus Tavern over 3 days between the 20th and 22nd of February. Tickets are on sale for that
96.
particular event by heading over to dartshot.tv at the iconic Circus Tavern in Purfleet. You've been there. You've commentated on the final on that particular competition.
A World Championship
40.
dominated by Scotland.
You're only 2 winners from the 3 years. Thornton, 2-time world champion. And, of course, the reigning champion, the Highlander, John Henderson. Will that change when we head into the
135.
Tavern come February? Well, John Henderson may not even retain the title if he goes on to win himself a tour card.
45. Sebastian, you
We
require
do know that is his
135.
ambitions. Wants to have another go on the Pro Tour. Bialecki opting to not go for the 25 and ball with the opening dart. Doesn't need to with Kevin back on 339.
81.
You don't often hear much come from Sebastian when things don't go his way, but you could hear a little trickle of disgruntlement from the poll.
84. Sebastian, you require 54.
Well, this is for a 3-1 lead. This is tops. Double 10. He's got time on side. Time he don't
Shot on a
need.
full
15
flag,
dart leg.
Sebastian
Bialecki 3-1 to the good.
Fifth flag. It's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Does seem like an uphill battle here from Kevin Painter to turn this one around. He needs to win the last 3 legs, but he will have the advantage of throwing first
95.
in 2 out of the 3, and he is opting for plan B, which is to start down on the treble 19, something we've seen adopted here by Lisa Ashton at the Super Series when she was struggling a little
97.
bit with reaching up for the 20s. Maybe Kev just feels like he can't quite get the reach, get the length.
58.
It's probably feeling like for Kev, no matter what he tries, it just cannot muster anything.
100.
We'll continue downstairs.
Says hold the dart there. Likes to hold the dart at the back of the barrel, but one of the things that he's been struggling with at
46.
times is just sort of sliding the finger down the barrel a little bit, gripping it in the wrong place. And you do that at times when you're just sort of in the flow, you're grabbing the dart, you seem to be grabbing it in the wrong place.
60.
And he's just checking the dart in the hand, making sure he's got it where he wants it. And he's just can't get it to feel right when he's got it at the back of the barrel.
138.
Well, he tried to make sure that everything was in right position, and, well, as far as that throw was concerned, he's better positioned himself in the leg. He's himself first to a finish to move it back to 3-2, but Sebastian's going to follow in close order. Would have been an incredible turnaround if he hit that 1-4 and took it the 164, but that 140 has left himself on double 12, and now Bialecki is going to have to take this if he wants to win the match in this leg.
Well, Kevin really just seemed to have found the right place to grip the dart. He said, "Grip it there, Kev."
83.
He's reminded himself
Kevin, you require 24.
where he needs to be holding in order to get the results.
Game shot on a fifth
The
leg.
results he does get, and I suppose you've got to give credit where credit's due. The fact that there is a situation that arose of him in the middle of the match, and he found a way of sorting it out and possibly could get himself out of trouble as a result of it. But Bialecki throws to the match.
Again, takes a real good look at the dart.
140.
One thing we know about Painter is his
71.
never say die attitude. We saw it at the World Seniors Championship where he found himself 2-0 down to Jim McEwen in the first round. McEwen, who was averaging in excess of 180 at that particular point, but Painter stuck with the task, and after the
60.
interval reeled off 3 sets in succession to win in a decider as he just roughens up his points. Would then go on to
85.
lose in that tournament to the eventual champion, and we mentioned a couple of minutes ago, John Henderson, by 3-1. Henderson, who is due an appearance in Series 7
60.
later on in the series. Can't wait to see the Highlander back in action here at the Live Lounge.
140.
It's good to see Kevin getting back to somewhere near his best. Ever since he had that bit of a conversation with himself, he's found something.
Yeah, been a game of two halves this for Kevin Painter. But
81.
it's one of those situations where it never really feels too late in the short format, especially when you've got the advantage of throwing 2 out of the 3 legs.
55.
But this is the leg he needs to get that breaker throw. If he does, he'll become favourite for the match. But they're both on big outshots. Both need to find a couple of trebles to get a dart at the double. It won't go for Bialecki.
60.
He doesn't shave too much
Kevin,
off.
you require 150.
Another. Doesn't go. So Bialecki for the match. A square ton to get the job done. To complete the second round of matches, our 6th game of the session. 9 more to go after this one.
80. Sebastian, you require 100.
A ton for the match. Treble 19. The recovery dart after hitting the single 5. Can't be found, so Painter to take us the distance.
84. Kevin,
Ended
you
up
require
recovering the
70.
situation there. Bialecki leaving himself a single dart up. But Kevin will only get a dart. And it's going to be at tops.
30.
It doesn't go.
Sebastian, you require
And so
16.
Bialecki comes back for the double 8. Both caress the wire. How has he not found a way through that?
Kevin, you
3
require
darts
40.
pitched perfectly to the wire, but neither found a way in.
Game shot on a 6th
And we
leg,
go all the
Kevin
way.
Painter.
3-3 in successive matches.
7th and final leg. It's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Install Kevin as new favourite to win the match on the basis of having the throw. But he
49.
doesn't make use of it. You get one of those when you've got the throw, provided your opponent doesn't go silly. But Bialecki needs to find a big treble here. Gets one. It's inviting for two.
96.
Just about has a slender advantage in this final leg, Bialecki. But that can all be altered if Painter can pin a max, so that's exactly what he does. Well, it's better late than never, Kev.
So, I mean, you get one bad visit when you're thrown first. If you can rectify it like he has.
22.
And all of a sudden, Painter is a huge favourite now. Bialecki is folding.
Where's this come from Kev? Remember, midway through this game, he really was toiling with himself. And now he may have got himself out of the troubles and into the winner's enclosure.
96. Kevin, you require 154.
It's Kevin's to lose from here. He's got time on his hands. He's going to get chances. He's going to get shots. He's going to get lots of them. After just 12 darts, leaves himself on double 8 for the match.
At 3-1 down, he was having a word with himself. He was chastising himself. Whatever the team talk mid-match
140
was said or occurred, it's worked perfectly. Double 4 to seal the comeback win.
8. Sebastian, you require
But it is Crucible week. Could Bialecki find the 147 break to win the match?
Another opportunity here for Kevin Painter to get the job done.
79.
3 more darts. It might
Kevin,
be his last chance.
8.
Double 2. Last dart. No!
4.
No!
Sebastian, you
And
require
Bialecki returns. His head is in his hands. The game is in Bialecki's hands. Double 4. Great marker.
60.
But he cannot use it. And Painter's reprieved again.
Kevin, you require 4.
Incredible ending here. To get over the line, Painter wins from behind.
Painter.
He puts his arms in the air, wondering how, why, and where. He has a chat with Sebastian Bialecki all about it. Well, Painter, who slowly came out the traps, he had a mid-game timeout, mid-game team talk. And whatever he said in that, when it came to fruition, he won 4-3. Bialecki will be scratching his head as to how he lost that. And it means advantage Mitchell after 2 rounds of fixtures. 9 more games to go. And we kick off with Mulvey against Boehm.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are 2 rounds down on our Tuesday's worth of action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And before the break, we saw Kevin Painter get the better of Sebastian Bialecki 4-3. Prior to that, Scott Mitchell kept his perfect run alive, getting the better of Ray Mulvey in the last leg decider. And Marvin van Velzen keeping up his good vein of form, beating Doug Boehm by 4 legs to 2. So Mitchell now has a 4-point lead at the top of the table going into the third round of fixtures for the day from Sebastian Bialecki, who slipped up in the previous round of fixtures. So kicking off round 3, Ray Mulvey and Doug Boehm here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Mitchell leading by 4 points from Bialecki on 10, Painter on 8, Boehm on 6, Van Velzen on 4, and Mulvey looking to pick up his first win, which actually, when you consider the way that these two have played here, would you actually install Ray as the favourite to win?
No, on the basis of how they played today, yes, he's got more chance than maybe we originally thought at the start of the day, but I think to install him as favourite would be a little bit ambitious due to the fact that he's yet to pick up a victory and he's yet to be in the situation where he's had match darts. We don't know how he's going to handle that situation. We know he's struggled with the finishing at times, but how will he be when he's got the chance to pick up his first points here at the Super Series?
First leg, it's Ray to throw first. Game on.
Well, it's Mulvey with the darts in our 7th game of the day. We've seen it in the past, just getting that first win just installs so much confidence in the player. And I just wonder whether the Group C scenario will help him as well. Later on
85.
This week, we'll be watching in Group C Daniel Lee, Thomas Lovely and Stuart Kellett. Whilst
81.
Group B will see the debut of Bo Greaves at the Super Series alongside Adam Lipscomb and Rob Collins. As we say, the Juggernaut stops for no one, Matt, do they?
Two players there I'm really looking forward to seeing. Stuart Kellett in Group C. See how he's getting on, see where his game is nowadays.
60.
Was a player gracing the biggest stages in the world not too many years ago. And Bo Greaves joining us at the perfect time on the back of winning that women's series without losing a single leg.
Incredible achievement, that.
100.
And it'd be interesting to see how she goes here. Now, before dart was thrown, she was installed as second favourite to go on and win the week at 4-1.
139. Ray, you require 160.
Well, this seems to be
100.
the Doug that we saw
Doug, you
yesterday.
require 56.
Seems to be getting back onto his form again.
$36. Ray, you require 60.
20 for Tots for Mulvey to take out leg 1. Tops it is. Tops us hit. 1-0 Mulvey.
Ray Mulvey. Second leg, it's Doug to throw first. Game on.
It's a very intriguing game because you think about both the Republic of Ireland and the United States. They're two very much booming parts of the world. We've spoken a lot about how the game is growing in America and Canada and all across Central America thanks to the work of the CDC. And we'll talk about that a bit more, of course, as time goes along. But the game in Ireland really is seeing a bit of a boom at the minute. We're seeing real good players come to the fore. The likes of Conor Heenahan, Kieran Tian. The ADC really taking off in that part of the world. And you were mentioning yesterday you went to the Irish Open and Classic Killarney Festival last year, and the game really is in rude health in that part of the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Some good players coming through, and
57.
as mentioned yesterday, the support that they get. I'm sure there'll be a lot of people tuning in today to support Ray Mulvey.
66.
I'm sure they'll be expecting that that first victory is coming soon. It
100.
may be coming very, very soon. It may be coming in this match. The performance of Doug has not quite
45.
been where it was yesterday. Averages so far today 69 and 72. Only winning 3 legs from his opening 2 fixtures.
59. $44. Ray, you require
So
145.
Mulvey 145 to double his lead and get the breaker throw that put him 2 to the good. And put him in pole position in the match. It's not going to go, but it's fair to say
58.
Doug hasn't really
Doug, you require
threatened a finish like
146.
this at all. Matter of fact, I've only had 1 ton plus finish all day, and that was a ton on the nose by Painter.
58.
And we only saw
Ray, you require 87.
6 of them yesterday. It's been a week with very few ton plus outs, but the 87 will do for Mulvey if he can pin the 99. But he can't,
78.
and Boehm is going to
Doug,
come
you
back.
require 88.
Double 14.
Game shot on
Level
the second
game,
leg.
1-1.
Doug Boehm. Third leg, it's Ray to throw first. Game on. $140.
So far, this is developing into Ray's best performance of the week up to press.
55.
Till now, his best performance of the week was game number 5 yesterday. 81.45. Going down 4 legs to 2.
57.
We see this a lot, though, don't we, from Davidsons like Doug, where
140.
day 1 can go so swimmingly well, but day 2 can sometimes be the counter to that. The early
60.
morning starts, the amount of matches you play in the day. Sometimes it's hard to react when you go back to the world constantly.
59. $58. $60.
Mulvey really carrying himself well here. A man bottom of the table, yet to pick up a victory.
134.
He's been beaten down and found it hard here at the Super Series, but what he's doing is getting back up again. Reminds me of that song, I get knocked down but I get up again.
Chumbawamba, tub
99.
thumping.
Ray, you require 52.
Didn't they famously embarrass John Major at the Brit Awards back in 1996? Double top, double 10. Oh, stand back, Ray. That didn't go. Nor does that.
32. Doug, you require 88.
But this did go. They went for Doug. A leg ago. Be a different route. It's going to be the ball.
Game shot
It
on
is
the
the
third
ball.
leg. Doug Boehm.
Another 88 finish there for Doug Boehm. A different way. It counts the same, and that is a great
Fourth
finish
leg,
there
it's
for
Doug
Doug.
to throw first. Game on.
You always feel a bit more confident when you get someone sort of from America, Canada way, when they left on the bullseye with a dart in the hand, because they do spend a lot of time and focus
83.
on that area of the board. They don't traditionally play what we do over here in the UK, this 501 format. A lot of it is cricket,
45.
which is a variation of the sport. Very, very fun variation of the sport. Very tactical version of the sport. I had a couple of games of that myself with various people, but anytime you go up
59.
against sort of a Danny Baggish, someone from over the States who really understand the system and the tactics of it,
80.
you tend to have to really outperform them because they've always got those extra couple of points on you based on how the game should be played.
Of course, not too far from the cricket season. Well, the cricket season has returned in the county championship.
96.
Won't be long till England's Test match series in the summer. West Indies and Sri Lanka this time around. T20 Blast will be getting underway at the now
83.
named Utilita Bowl nearby here in Southampton. Always a good night out of the cricket. Always a good day out of the cricket.
137.
But that's not cricket. That's good darts.
This is much better darts from Doug.
30.
Been a long, long way off his
Dougie
best
require
today,
126.
but starting to tune up the band.
$86.
Lees himself on top to establish a 3-1 lead. And Mulvey made good
83.
running in this game. Has just
Dougie
receded
require
somewhat
40.
in the last leg and a half, and it's allowed Boehm to step up and step in. He steps in to a 3-1 lead. Well, Ray did ask the question to Doug,
Fifth leg, it's ready to throw first.
and Doug stepped in.
Game on.
It's like Christmas all over again.
Well,
100.
I'm a big fan of Christmas myself, Henry. And
Are you now?
I can inform you that we only got 246 more days to go.
246 more days to go. Does that mean we've got 220 more days to go
134.
until the Modus Super Series Christmas party?
We're not having one this year.
Aren't we? Why?
Well, we are having one.
97.
We're just going to tell you we're not.
Well, you've just kind of blown that logic because you just told me not having one, but actually going to have one, but you don't really want to invite me to it. Just say that I'm not invited. I'm not going to get offended by it.
140.
I've just heard 7 voices in my ear say you're not invited.
Well, that's all right. I'll have my own Christmas party there.
Well, you normally do.
59.
And you're not invited.
I was busy that day anyway.
Clipping your toenails, weren't you?
140.
I was washing my hair.
Well, Doug Boehm could be washing his hands with this match, 87 for a 4-1 win, but Mulvey applies maximum pressure, and there was a little bit of a nod of acknowledgement there from Boehm.
Dougie require
He's going to get his
87.
first win to his name as far as Tuesday is concerned.
Well, that first loose start there from Doug means he doesn't get the opportunity to go out on the bullseye.
71. Ray, you require 65.
And a chance here for Ray to save his skin. He's gone very aggressive there.
33.
It nearly worked out for him,
Dougie
but
require 16.
Boehm back for double 8 for 4-1 success. Leaving after 12 darts, leaving his best leg until last. But he can't cross the finishing line.
Ray, you require 32.
I think he thought that might have been in when he threw it. You sometimes
He's
just get
on the
that
fifth
vibe when the
leg,
dart
Ray
comes out the
Mulvey.
hand. You just kind of know it's going in. And that did go in for Ray Mulvey. Back
Sixth
to the
leg,
start
it's Doug
you
to
go,
throw
Doug.
first.
5:01 again.
Game on.
Keeping himself in the contest. Doug now looking to do it with throw.
140. $96. 140.
Is this game turning in front of our eyes? That maximum means we've got a level leg.
$55.
No, no was the cry from Doug. Because Ray's got 6 here to take us to a last leg.
55. $98. Ray, you require 170.
The biggest finish of them all. To keep himself alive. It's not going to go. So Doug, another opportunity now
58.
to get the job done. He's had
Doug, you
match
require
starts. They've come and
68.
gone.
Tops of the match. Tops of the
Shot
win
and
for
the
Doug
match,
Boehm. And
Doug
look at the
Boehm.
relief on his face as he gets over the line. He beats Ray Mulvey by 4 legs to 2. Averaging in the end just under 90. Mulvey got off to a good start, but he couldn't finish it off. And so Boehm wins for 2. Van Velzen and Painter is coming up next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Doug Boehm got the better of Ray Mulvey by 4 legs to 2, averaging 89.34. 4th and 10 when it came to the doubling. Mulvey still searching for that first win at the Super Series, but he's edging ever closer. Right, next up for us, Painter and Van Velzen. Marvin, who has had a real good day so far. He's won one, he's lost one, but the performances have been really good. 97 and 87 the averages, respectively. For Painter, well, He was 3-1 down against Sebastian Bialecki in his previous match, and you could tell he was getting very annoyed and upset with himself.
First leg, it's Marvin
He just
to throw
found
first.
some kind of inspiration
Game
amongst
on.
the frustration, and then ran out a 4-3 victory in the end. Van Velzen with the darts in this particular encounter. And I just feel with Marvin, we are watching a player growing game on game on
93.
that particular stage.
He is, but he's got his hands full here with Kevin Painter, who might not be playing his best darts, but
140.
he's timing things well. He was 3-1 down against Bialecki and turned it around with good timing. His averages today, 69 and 75, would suggest
96.
that you wouldn't expect him to win those games, but he's won them both, and that's just the sign of a winner. And
100.
Kevin has been a winner. He's had a very long career. One of the rare players that sort of get longevity within darts, certainly at the top table. Can only really
134.
name sort of a handful of players that have had sort of the span of a professional career that Kevin Painter has, and
100.
that is down to the ability to grind things out, to time things, to win ugly.
Do you think his career is understated by a lot of people at times?
Oh, absolutely.
58. Kevin, you require 161.
Well, this 161 want to be understated, but it's not going to go. And so Van Velzen looking to climb the ladder to win the opening leg.
48. Marvin, you require 120.
Only had 1 ton plus checkout so far today. That was by Kev in game 1 of his day against Doug Boehm, and the 120
60.
isn't going to follow
Kevin,
suit.
you
And
require
so
113.
Painter back for 113 to get his second, the second. Not to be, so Van Velzen for 1-0.
$45. Marvin, you require 60.
Double 10. Doesn't go,
40.
it grazes the wire, and Painter's
Kevin, you
back for the
require
break chance. A
68.
more tangible opportunity at 68. And he's going to get a couple in hand here at double 4.
Game
That
shot on the
first dart was
leg,
such a
Kevin
good lie. There was
Painter.
no way the second could miss. 1-0 Painter. He gets the break.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
That's, again, that little bit of timing. Van Velzen has a couple of darts to get the leg on the board. He misses
37.
it. Kevin has a couple. He takes it. Tend to find you'll always get a form of an opportunity within a match.
100.
That's why Kevin is such a risky prospect in this sort of
140.
environment. Currently is on the in-play table, sat in the top half of the table, which is where he'd want to be.
100.
Ideally, he wants to be top of the pile, but if not, then Group B would be his preference. For some people, they don't have a preference. For Kev,
95.
he would. He'd prefer to be playing in the evening. He'd prefer to be playing in that Group B with the better mathematical opportunity.
And of course, we've mentioned it in the past that
134.
the restructuring of the prize money here means that every single place means a different financial reward. So even by getting into Group B, you're going to obtain more money as well.
125.
Not just by finishing third in Group A, but
Marvin, you
because of the
require
prize money that's on offer in Group B. 167 for Van Velzen to square this game up. Not going to go. And so Painter 104 for a 2-0 lead.
131. Kevin, you require 104.
Recovers well with the job 15. Tops.
64.
Not quite to be. And so Van Velzen's left
Marvin,
himself
you
a double
require
after 12 here
36.
for the break back. What can he do with the double 18? Go wild with dart 1. And then fine
shot on
with
the
dart
second
3,
leg,
and Van
Marvin Van
Velzen
Velzen.
levels up. Flexing his muscles
Third leg, it's Marvin to throw
is
first.
the Dutchman.
Game on.
Flexing his eyebrows is Painter.
I'm just thinking about the possibilities of some of the games we may get in a Group B campaign. If Kevin Painter was to go in there, we'd get
54.
that clash between Kevin Painter and Bo Greaves, and I do feel that's a game I'd like to see.
140.
Well, you kind of, when you look at that Group B, you kind of have got a bit of everything, haven't you? Say, for example, the group stays as it is. You'd have Bialecki, who him and Bo could be 2 stars that grace all sorts of stages over an all manner of years. Then you could have Kevin Painter, legend of the game. Adam Lipscomb, the local
140.
favourite. And Rob Collins, another player who dismiss at your peril.
45.
The action in Group B gets underway Thursday night at 10 o'clock. See in the afternoon session on Thursday and Friday from 1 p.m. Painter here leaving himself on 86 after 9 to move himself 2-1 in front.
128. Kevin, you require 86.
18. Ample.
61. Marvin, you require 134.
This to snap the streak of breaks in this game. Doesn't go, and so to continue the breakathlon, Painter comes back for 25.
23. Kevin, you require 25.
2 8s for Painter. 2-1 to
on the
Painter.
third leg,
14
Kevin
data.
Painter.
And the third consecutive breaker throw to kickstart this match. This is much more like it
Fourth
from
leg,
Kev
it's Kevin to throw
numerically.
first. Game on.
Giving it back as well, isn't it? We saw the big celebration from Marvin van Velzen at the end of the last leg, and
140.
Kev takes it out and gives some back. He has always been one of these players that likes to meet the energy of the room.
95.
Got a good pace about it this game as well.
The type of play you'd say has to play with an
41.
edge on it.
Kevin's always been the same, hasn't he? He's always played his best games in fiery environments or on the stage. He loves it.
26.
Loves getting stuck into the heat of battle, and that's why he's still producing good darts. Now, we know he said that the Pro Tour isn't for him anymore,
55.
but he wants to be the best player he could possibly be on the World Seniors circuit here at the Super Series. To dabble as well into bits and bobs on the Challenge Tour, but his busy exhibition diary
180.
doesn't always suit those particular weekends. And he's still very busy on the exhibition tour as Painter.
101. $28. Kevin, you require 164.
26, 180, 28. It's all or nothing for Van Velzen at the moment.
58.
But he's a couple of trebles away from being in a really strong position here to keep these breaks going.
119.
Impeccable
Kevin, you require
recovery.
106.
It's 106 for Kev. It's the second time he's gone down on the 19s to start this particular outshot. Triple 17 means he recovers well and he goes up for double 18 to move 3-1 to the good.
88.
But just on the inside wire. And so Van Velzen
Marvin,
for
you
the
require 53.
fourth consecutive break at the beginning of this match. Should get a couple at tops from here. Will, but just. And he's not happy about that first dart.
Yeah, very wild one. It's not like he would have even been going for the treble in that situation.
$43. Kevin, you require
Well,
18.
he's riling himself up. That last up felt like a bit of a pull. Painter can pull clear. by pin in the double nine.
Kevin Painter.
3-1 to the artist.
Fifth leg, it's Marvin to throw first. Game on. 100. $27.
I reckon, Matt, we turn our mics off for a few minutes because I reckon these lads could probably do the commentary for us the way that they're discussing every visit on the way back from the board.
All adds to the drama and the tension, doesn't it?
100.
But Kevin is in a position here where if he can get the job done, we'll be on a hat-trick of victories. 3 from 3. The first player to have the clean sweep of the opening rounds. And it will keep him well and truly in touch for that position in Group B, but also could keep him in touch for a top position. Scott Mitchell, the man top of the table, is coming up next against Bialecki, who is the man in second place, and Painter still has to play Mitchell today, so there is a chance here, and a realistic chance
13.
that Painter could leave today top of the table.
68.
And so far hasn't played at his best either. This has been much better, 8-2-65, but we know he's got levels from there. But Van Velzen double 2.
66.
It doesn't go. And he's left himself on the madhouse with Painter not on and out. He's going to be made to pay for that.
91.
He's left himself on something, and he's left
2.
himself on the fish. Well, we've got the smallest finish on the board up against the biggest finish on the board.
No score. Kevin, you require 170.
Well, the smallest won't go.
What about the biggest fish in the deep blue sea, not to be reeled in by KP?
80. Marvin, you require 2.
But the danger of this is if Van Velzen goes low again, Painter's left on a more makeable out. Should at least get a dart at the ball if this doesn't go, but go it will.
Leg, Marvin Van Velzen.
Van Velzen's still in it. He's still fighting away.
That's the most painful one as well, the darts for it to go in, the last dart in hand. Because Kevin Painter would have just been starting to pique his interest there, thinking he might be coming back to the board for a match opportunity.
131.
Recovers well from that minor setback, that minor disappointment.
99. $140.
But one thing you have to give credit to for Painter is when things have gone wrong, he's found ways of getting himself out of the mire somewhat. The key to this game has been the scoring power. Kev with 6 ton 40 pluses compared to the solitary one of Van Velzen in this game.
60.
And again, leaves himself on the fish, but this time he's in front in the leg.
$135. Kevin, you require 170. $45.
Well, that's presented a big opportunity here for Marvin. We expect to see him starting on the bullseye. That eliminates the opportunity of going out on this occasion.
83. Kevin, you require 125.
Well, you'd say he's in a better suit in the leg, but Painter for the match, 125. Bull. No, 25. Should have given him another poke of the bullseye and just double checks with the referee, Jack Garwood, as to what he's scored and what he's left.
$75.
Leaves himself on 50 in case this doesn't go. This to send us all the way to a decider. Tops it is.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
And we go to a deciding leg once again.
Well, Kevin Painter did this in his last game, but the opposite way round when he beat Sebastian Bialecki. He was 3-1 down. ended up coming back to win 4-3. Did have the throw in the last leg. It may be the very reverse happening to him here.
15.
But the worst possible start there for Van Velzen.
81.
Minimum requirement, hit a treble. It's going to force Van Velzen into needing a big visit with 2 big power
45.
trebles, but 2 visits in, only 60 points scored. Massive advantage to Kevin Painter.
55.
Van Velzen loses this game. He'll look at his performances today and wonder how he's still only on 4 points in this group.
100.
If you think about the averages Van Velzen's lost with and the averages Painter's won with, it just shows that averages are just a guide in this game and that sometimes you just need to claw out results.
135.
Those early nerves in the part of this leg now gone for Van Velzen. Painter needs a treble.
57.
And Van Velzen, despite opening his leg with scores of 15 and 45, has now once again gone favourite to win the match. That is just the complete seesaw, the roller coaster that you get in a last leg shootout.
140.
Just slowed it down just a tad bit there, a bit more control in terms of the pace, and he's yielded a 1 forward to which leaves himself on 66 for the match.
80.
Left
Marvin, you
himself
require
on a finish,
66.
but this a more makeable one. This for the match for Marvin Van Velzen, 66. 1 dart. A double 12.
42.
Hasn't got over the line just yet. Might be
Kevin,
the
you
only die
require
gets to the double to win the
128.
contest. If Kev takes out the 1-2-8, we'll start on the 18s. After he has a little bit of a conversation, has a little bit of a pep talk. It worked last time for him.
Shot still on. Treble 20. Leaves the ball for the match.
79. Marvin, you require 24.
What is that, he says? And what that is another opportunity for Kev.
No score. Kevin, you require 49.
What an incredible ending to this game. Van Velzen ruining mismatched darts. Going tight at the wrong time. And Capay to step in. He's just about in the 9. But he finds the
and
tops
that's
and he finds a way
Painter.
again. Kevin Painter, 3 wins from 3. He gets the better of Marvin Van Velzen in the last leg decider. He is perfect for the day thus far. And he's still got gears to go. We know that. 81-81 the average. 4 from 12. A solid performance from Kevin Painter. He gets the better of Van Velzen in the last leg decider. Coming up next, it's Sebastian Bialecki against Scott Mitchell. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, the destination for the Modus Super Series, where we are about to see the top 2 players in Group A go toe-to-toe as Scotty Dog Mitchell takes on Bolt Sebastian Bialecki. These two have been the 2 best players as far as the group is concerned, and Mitchell, with a win in this particular encounter, could race away with the league table. If he wins this game, he'll move 6 points clear at the top of Group A, and would be in a very good suit to go on and win the group. And not just that, Matt, we'd get to the point in the territory where we'd say that the record point total, shall I say, would be on. No one's ever got 30 from 30 in Group A. Mitchell wins this one, he'd be halfway
First
towards
leg,
doing it.
Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
We've seen people go close. But when you look through this group and the performances of the players, it's going to take someone to step it up
125.
to stop Scott Mitchell. Now, we know it only takes a single game, which every single game will be its own individual challenge.
81.
And it only takes that one moment, that one match, that one opportunity to stop this run, which is why it's never been done yet. Because doing that over 3 days is a mightily hard task. But Scott Mitchell will be
100.
very, very aware that it's not been done before. He'll be very aware that he could be the first man to do it. And it's a record that I can guarantee you every single player that takes part in a Group A is going to want.
Well, Scott Mitchell knows about it because we've spoken about it in the
41.
commentary box. The record is 28 points, which has been done 4 times in the Super Series by Jim McEwen, Alex Spellman, David Evans, and Shane McGurk. That was in week 1 of this series, Shane McGurk's points total.
60.
But he didn't go on to win the night. In fact, any player who's gone on to achieve that points total hasn't gone on to win the Saturday night. So actually, it does come as a little bit of a curse.
60.
Also, Mitchell on plus 11 legs difference. You want to know what the legs difference record is in a Group A? It's plus 36, which has been achieved 3 times by some bloke called Luke Littler. Don't know whether you know who he is. David Evans
140.
and Christian Kist, who lost in the first round of the World Championships to said Luke. Bialecki's got off to
59.
a far stronger start to the pair.
76.
He's himself on 76 after 12 to hold throw in the opening leg. I also wonder as well whether Mitchell's schedule for the day falls unkindly in the fact that because a lot of games have gone
36.
deep and they've been long encounters, he's had breaks between his 2 matches so far. He's had a long break between his last game, a 4-3 win against Ray Mulvey, and the previous game, because since then we've had 2 4-3s and a 4-2. He's been off the ball for the best part of an
45.
hour.
Sebastian, you require 40.
He's got that horrible situation that I can tell you none of the players like when you go first and last. Means there's always a bit of a gap and a bit of a split
on the
between your
first
games,
leg,
and he's
Sebastian
not dealt with
Bialecki.
it well at the moment. Bialecki takes the lead. Last time we saw Bialecki, he was
Second
walking off the
leg, it's
stage a
Scott to throw
disappointed
first.
man after
Game on.
throwing away a 3-1 lead against Kevin Painter. Missed multiple match starts, 3 at the double 8, 2 at the double 4.
45.
But Mitchell, a long way off it at the moment. Quite a bit of shoulder coming into that. Is there a bit of fatigue coming into play here? We know Scott Mitchell's been getting up early to
93.
head down to the farm, do a bit of work in the morning before heading down yesterday. Would have made his day even longer as he had time to recover for another long day.
100.
However, also tell another story. It could be the other way around. The fact that because he's been in the hotel overnight and he's had a good night's sleep, in some ways your body clock's probably not adjusted to a later wake-up time.
96.
But this is a sliding doors match, because if Mitchell wins this, 6 clear. Bialecki wins it, 2 points the gap. It could be the difference between this group race being very much
100.
on or very much over.
100. $81.
There was a chance there for him to move away and come to the ball on the 25, which would have given the opportunity of leaving the finish. Very confident in his abilities to hit the treble, but instead he's left himself on a no finish, and Bialecki now
140.
setting himself up with a bit of an opportunity to get a breaker throw against the man unbeaten at the top of the table.
So you're telling me that Scott Mitchell's just done a thing that if he was sat in this commentary box, he probably would have criticised somebody else for?
Quite possibly, yes. A bit like the Chris Mason
Sebastian, you
apologies.
require 72.
It's for 2-0. Mitchell teetering around tops. Bialecki's going to get his own go at the target.
52.
And allows Mitchell to have 3 of his
Scott,
own.
you require 40.
Double 10.
Game
And
shot
we
on
have
the
a level
second
match,
leg,
1-1.
Scott Mitchell.
Well, it's fair to say Scott Mitchell has definitely given us his money's worth, isn't he, over the course of the week?
Third leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on. $68.
Well, both of these players do actually have a similarity in terms of tournament wins. Both players have won the Denmark Open. Bialecki
41.
doing so in 2022. Mitchell doing so back in 2017. Mitchell actually beat Andy Bartons in that particular final to win that WDF ranking event. A tournament which is taking place in the next few weeks. Is that one that you'll be heading off to?
No, I'm not going to that. That's coming a bit too soon for me. Yeah, far too early. Need to have another few weeks on top of that,
100.
so won't be looking till mid to the end of May. Disappointing, really. Big event, that one, the Denmark gold event and the silver event, so a lot of ranking points on the line.
100.
Well, there are some big names that are going to be taking part in that tournament. Scott Mitchell being one of them. Elsewhere, Darren Johnson, Ryan Hogarth, Dennis Nielsen, Connor Scott, Liam Mendel-Lawrence, Alexander Merrickx. Cool, if them two played each other, you'd have a contrasting game, wouldn't you? Plaisir, Konterman, Bolton, Youngans, Mitchell, Stone, Kist, Neil Duff, Johan Engstrom, Jimmy Van Schie, Chaz Barstow, and Brian Roman.
59.
Whoever wins that event would have worked hard to have obtained the victory. In Edinburgh, the World Cup, the WDF World Cup was held last year.
60.
Mitchell, the England WDF team captain, he's left himself first to a finish in this third leg, and after Bialecki bolted out of the traps, Mitchell could get the break and put himself 2-1 to the goods.
82. Scott, you require 120.
All on the 20s. Single. Just. There's danger there. He could have caught the flight.
80. Sebastian, you require 134.
The only good thing was the fact that he had nothing in the way. Oh, this would hurt. That would have been huge. If the first dart goes in the treble nicely enough, no matter
94.
the breakdown, Sebastian will try his
Scott, you
best to
require
stay with the lie
40.
of the treble 20 to ensure he gets a crack at a double no matter what it is. Totsa Mitchell.
Game shot on the third leg.
Use
Scott
those guides
Mitchell.
perfectly. 2-1 he leads at the break.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game
We
on.
know Scott as a world champion. But what can that man there, Sebastian Bialecki, go on and achieve in his career?
I think the next real big step for Bialecki, though, is to ensure that tour card. He's been very, very close on occasion,
60.
certainly through the development tour last year as well. But I think we'll know more about Sebastian Bialecki when he's out there on that pro tour, week in, week out, mixing it with the best. Because we've seen some people really thrive in the
58.
environment when they've got that, and I feel like Bialecki may be one of those players. Some people find it harder to get it than they do once they've got it to keep hold of it.
60.
Look at players like Jamie Hughes, who took multiple attempts to get through Q School, and when he did, been in the PDC and in the top 32 for quite some time.
60.
And then for certain players, accidentally get tour cards, like Steve Brown, who didn't expect to go to Q School and pick up a card. He went to China on a business trip with the JDC, then came back, realised he's a tour card holder. Hope you keep him well, Steve. I know he does tune in a fair
59.
bit, him and his son John. We haven't seen John here for a little while now, have we? I know he's got other things going on in his life at the moment. Father for the first time.
100.
If you are well, guys, if you are tuning in. And let us know where you're tuning in from via the YouTube chat room and via our Twitter account at MSS Darts.
140.
Well, Bialecki's just put this leg on an even kilter now.
Still weighted in the favour there with Scott Mitchell due to the advantage of throwing first. Did have a look at the scoreboard, but it doesn't look like he's coming away there. There would have been an option there to go for the 19s or the bullseye to leave a better breakdown.
$58. Scott, you require 96.
Well, this for a 3-1 lead. 96 for Mitchell. To hammer home his authority in the match. Not going to find the trouble that would have left him on double 8.
56.
But he is going to leave himself on
Sebastian,
tops.
you require 126.
We'll get a go if this 126 isn't pinned. Another. The bull.
101.
Wasn't far away.
Scott, you require 40.
But it is
Start of fourth
advantage
leg,
Mitchell.
Scott
He moves
Mitchell.
3-1 to the good and a leg away now from victory.
Fifth leg, it's Sebastian to throw first.
And a leg away from
Game on.
establishing a 6-point lead at the top of the table. You get the sense, not just this game, but this whole group now hinges on Bialecki's shoulders here.
100.
Big gap could appear. And we could be wrapping this group up quite early.
100.
I suppose it's about time that Scott Mitchell did wrap something up quickly, wasn't it? Only joking, Scotty dog.
140.
I know we have a bit of banter, but Scott does take all the jest he gets quite well, because I know there'd be a few that get rather
140.
protective over the fact that they're not the fastest players in the world, but they don't want to be constantly reminded of that fact, and sometimes it can weigh on the mind a little bit.
Yeah, you just got to
56.
own it, haven't you? If you're slow and that's what you believe in, just go with it.
And the thing is, he's not slow for the sake of being slow. It's just the way that he plays. And he doesn't speed up, slow down for anyone. This is
140.
just Scott's pace. But he's racing away with the group. Could be 3 darts away from going 6 points clear, but here's the Bialecki counter-attack.
127. Scott, you require 121.
Treble 17 and bull. Bullseye.
96.
Was not far away.
Sebastian, you require 78.
Match saver. Potentially, even at this stage, we could say maybe a group saver. Bialecki, 2 darts.
Game Game shot on the fifth leg. Sebastian Bialecki.
Massive moment.
And a bit of emotion, bit of a reaction there for Sebastian Bialecki. A bit uncharacteristic. Maybe he's very, very well aware of the situation here of Scott Mitchell looking at opening a 6-point gap at the end of lap number 3 on day number 2.
125.
A huge couple of legs ensue as far as Group A is concerned. Mitchell kicks off a 2-treble turn. Bialecki finds 2 trebles. This game is landlocked.
$100.
And Mitchell will know the significance of this. He knows everything about this particular format. It's his job to know everything about this format.
100.
But there's one thing we know about Sebastian is reliability. The fact that you kind of know whereabouts he's going to be in terms of a ballpark. An 88 average. Okay, a few missed doubles, but it's where you'd expect him to be.
140. $94.
Leaves a finish.
Scott, you require 136.
It's Scott that will get the first poke. It's going to be the same sort of situation. He needs 2 trebles. But he might get 2 visits.
$56.
But this is not just to save this match, but to potentially save any hopes he has of winning Group A. The 167 isn't going to go, and so Mitchell's going to return for 80 for the match and a 4-2 win, which will put him 6 points clear at the top of the Group A table.
97. Scott, you require 80.
1 dart it should be. 1 dart it will be at tops.
60.
Doesn't go. He has a look, but he knows it's not
70.
in. Match saving opportunity. On double 16.
38.
That's 2 for 9 on the doubles of Bialecki. And that might be the last chance that he gets, because Mitchell will return for double 10 here to put himself in full command of the group. And Scotty Dog moves 6 points clear. Scott Mitchell has all the authority one could want to the top of the Group A table. It's now 8 wins of 8 for the former world champion. He is in cruise control as far as this group is concerned. That the tail of the tape. Bialecki 2 for 9 on the doubles is undoing in the end. Mitchell wins for 2. That's the end of round 3 of the day. Coming up next, Marvin van Velzen against Ray Mulvey. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where after 3 rounds of fixtures on day 2 of Group A, Scott Mitchell is in full command of proceedings. He's yet to drop a game so far, getting the better of Sebastian Bialecki by 4 legs to 2 before the break, opening up a 6-point buffer on the pole. And Kevin Painter, who has also had a perfect day on Tuesday, 10 points to his name. Doug Boehm on 8. Marvin van Velzen must be scratching his head as to how he's only got 4 points on the board. And Ray Mulvey looking to get on the board. So the bottom 2 now. We'll go toe-to-toe in our 10th game of the day. The first match of round 4 here on this second day's worth of action in Group A. Both of these players representatives of the ADC. Mulvey from the ADC in Ireland, whilst for Van Velzen, a qualifier from ADC Europe. He's booked his ticket twice to be here at the Super Series in 2024. We'll see him again in the summer, no matter what happens here this week. Whilst for Mulvey, he won the Irish qualifier, which saw the likes of Niall Cullerton playing, but it was he who stood firm and won that particular title. And on the subject of the ADC, the UK and Irish Classic launches this year, where with £13,000 prize fund, £2,000 of the way, but you have to qualify your way through your UK regions. The cut-off for that is the June the 30th, and there's 11 players that jumped into qualification spots. Gary Stone and Andy Bolton recently have jumped up to number 1 and number 2 in Scotland due to their success in the recent tour weekend. Neil Duff, now the current Northern Ireland number 1 due to deep events in the tour, with points for that particular event on offer in the events in Middlesbrough and Aylesbury. The Classic will be held on the weekend of the national finals, which will take place in October. Qualifying for the event guarantees £200 prize money and the chance to win £2,000 top prize. More information on that is available via @DartsCircuit on Twitter and dartsatlas.com as Van Velzen finds the game's first max. Got all that?
100.
Yeah.
$135.
Now I know what it's like to be Fiona Bruce.
180.
Well, 2 maximums in the opening leg here.
Require 40.
The players in the bottom 2 positions of the table.
on
You
the
wouldn't
first
know
leg,
that if you was
Marvin
just
van
tuning in
Velzen.
for the first time right now. If you've just turned on to the Modus Super Series YouTube channel, you'd be thinking,
Second leg, it's ready
well,
to
that's
throw
some
first.
start. These
Game
guys
on.
must be at the top end of the table. Well, they're only sharing 4 points between them at this point.
99.
That's because Scott Mitchell's been the thief that's taken all the points. Bad Scotty dog.
45.
Well, I did promise you the answer to the
100.
tungsten teaser.
Yeah, weren't that meant to be a game ago?
Yes, well, I got so engrossed in the previous match, I completely forgot about it.
60.
Anyway, the question was, can he name the 3 commentators who played at the Champions Week? Now, the obvious one, of course,
45.
is Chris Mason. He won a week. Martin Adams has commentated on the Champions Week here and played in one. And the other one hasn't commentated here, but commentates on Dutch television. His name, Ron Meulenkamp. I'll be back tomorrow for more tungsten teaser action.
60. $125.
I'm sure the 1,344 viewers will be tuning in just for that tomorrow, Henry.
95.
If they're tuning in for some quality darts, they've tuned in at the right time. Because Van Velzen and
140.
Mulvey are playing
Ray, you
their
require
best
102.
performances of the week.
Triple 19 would have been a good recovery dart for tops.
78. Marvin, you
This for
require
2-0.
121.
Still awaiting that second elusive ton plus out of the day. Treble 17 would have left the ball. Mulvey back for double 12. And
52.
as unfortunately we know all too
Ready
well by
required,
now, this has been the
24.
part of the game that's been his undoing. But that
Shot on
time,
the
no
second
mistake.
leg,
1-1.
Mulvey. Third leg, it's Marvin to throw first. Game on. $60. $60.
Well, we're just having a little look through the
140.
YouTube chat. I can see a comment here from Frankie who says, if you play on the Modus, he thinks you'll have a shot. You've got all the information, haven't you, Henry Foe? You can get your opportunity here at the Super Series.
Yep, ADC Vault Series is your best chance. Actually, the ADC Vault Series 7 got underway
131.
last night. More information about your local area, your local club, via dartsatlas.com. You can then win your way through to a qualifier.
126.
They do. You
Marvin,
have open
require
qualifiers. You have end of
170.
series qualifiers. Win them, you're here. That's how Van Velzen qualified here through an ADC European qualifier. Both of these players
134.
qualified through the ADC. And Van Velzen here, leaving double 18 after 12 darts to move himself 2-1 in front.
95. Marvin, you require 36.
And we've seen players realise their dreams. Think about Johnny Barnes at the beginning of the series.
Game shot on the third leg. Marvin Van Velzen.
Think about that 13 darter for Marvin Van Velzen. Makes you think.
Fourth leg. It's ready to throw first. Game on.
And this is where the Super Series has really grown and evolved back at the beginning. You were involved back in Southampton in a playing capacity.
96.
It was an invite-only competition, and it was only really players that had either had names or had a very good season that played in it. Maybe a little bit of a close shot,
55.
but as we've been able to grow for the partnerships heralded by the ADC, we've been able to get new names, more names, and create more dreams and create big stars as a
83.
result of it as well. Think about Tom Sykes, for instance, who maybe in the past wouldn't have had this opportunity to leapfrog himself into a platform like this.
125.
And we've seen a lot of players here that have gone on to get PDC tour cards, players that have used this as a
96.
sort of a, as in football, you'd call it like a parachute payment, wouldn't you? Where you drop off the Premier League, which is the PDC, the Premier of our sport,
135.
and you get to come here and sort of play regularly competitive darts for big, sizable prize funds. £25,000 to the winner of the series.
90.
And to put that in perspective, to earn more money at a tournament outside the PDC, you have to win a world championship of description.
78. Ray, you require 136.
136 for Mulvey to square this match up at 2-2. And now we'll do all he can
96.
to leave himself on
Marvin,
top
you require 108.
and hope and pray this 108 doesn't go. Double 14. Oh,
Game shot on the
beautiful.
fourth leg.
It's
Marvin
only the
Van
second
Velzen.
ton topper we've seen today, and look what it meant to Marvin Van Velzen. He breaks the Mulvey throw. He leads
Fifth
3-1.
leg. It's Marvin to throw first. Game on. $140.
Average goes over the 100 mark now for Marvin Van Velzen. This is by far his best performance of the week. I mean, he did average 97 in his opening game today, but that was in defeat to Scott Mitchell. He only managed to get 2 legs. But we've not yet seen an average over 100 so far this week. It is only day 2. I'm sure we're going to get one. We may
80.
be getting one in the next couple of minutes.
$41. $45. 100.
So Van Velzen looking to close in on a 4-1 success. It'd be just his third win, and the elusive wait for win for Mulvey would
140.
continue into what will then be his final game of the day, where he will take on Kevin Painter. He's yet to lose. In fact, the two undefeated players will play in a couple of matches' time when Painter takes on Mitchell. But this for the game for Marvin Van Velzen. Trouble 17. Leads himself tops.
76.
Dips below. It's not going to be back-to-back big outs for Van Velzen. Pinned the 108. Nearly took out the 96.
100. Marvin, you require 20.
Well, this has been as good as it can get on this stage for him. As good as it has been on this stage for him. But he cannot yet seal the win. Much as frustration.
You require 115.
The frustration will come not just from those misses, but the fact that it's a continuation of the story for him. Just taking him a bit of time to get these match-winning opportunities gone.
99.
But he will get another go.
Marvin, you require 5.
But just make sure of the big number first. This can often get a little bit edgy.
2 twos for a rare 2 points.
Doesn't like the lie there. Had to move right the way across to the left-hand side of the hockey to open the bed.
Game shot.
And then find it for the win. Van Velzen gets the better of Ray Mulvey by 4 legs to 1. And look what it means to him. Look at the sigh of relief. Look at the pumped-up energy. Now Van Velzen is providing here at the Super Series, at the tail of the tape. 91-35 in the end for Van Velzen, getting the better of Mulvey to claim his first victory of the day. Coming up after the break, Doug Boehm up against Sebastian Bialecki. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Marvin Van Velzen tasted that winning feeling against Ray Mulvey. Before the break, winning by 4 legs to 1. Next up then, Sebastian Bialecki against Doug Boehm. For Bialecki, his chances of winning Group A were dealt a severe blow when he lost out to Scott Mitchell in his previous match. Now 6 points behind Scotty Dog at the top of the table. It is a very hard task from here on in to go on and win this particular group. But in Doug Boehm, it's been a drop-off, hasn't it, from day 1 to day 2?
It has been a drop-off, but he could really play his part in regards to this group and in regards to his week. The financial rewards are finishing higher up in the table,
First
and
leg,
the
it's Doug to throw first. Game on.
mathematical reward, that would be finishing in the top 3. But this is where it could all really sort of unravel, so to speak, here in Group A. Because if Sebastian Bialecki is not able to pick up the
45.
victory here, Scott Mitchell is going to be in a dreamland of a position. He'll be coming up next against Kevin Painter, where victory there would
60.
pretty much have it done, despite the fact we're only coming up to the end of day 2.
Well, he can actually move. There is a potential if
57.
Boehm wins this one, Mitchell wins the next, Van Velzen wins game 13, and Mulvey pulls a surprise against Painter in game 14, and Mitchell wins the last game of the session, that Mitchell could be 10 points clear with only 10 left to play for.
80.
There's also potentially we might have to speak to Scott Mitchell again today.
$140.
Let's have I'm really looking. There is a possibility it could happen, and I'm sure that it'll be a great conversation.
29.
I reckon he'd have quite a bit to say after today, because he's really had to dig deep at times. Now, it was interesting hearing from him yesterday, because he actually thought he was quite fortunate rather than actually digging deep
87.
and showing some character, and it'll be interesting to see how he assesses today.
As Bialecki felt the effects of the Scott Mitchell haymaker in the previous match.
60.
Been a slow start for the pole.
$54. $105. Doggy require
118 for Boehm to take a 1-0 lead. Goes the 18s route. 64 left.
Well, now he's got a choice. He kind of feels like he needs to go 14 ball, but then kind of eliminates the option of going for the treble 18 in the first place.
102. Sebastian, you
I
require
think he was
167.
committed there, had to be committed. If you're going to go the 18s first, you've got to go for the treble 16. An opportunity for Doug to
95.
hold his throat.
Doug, you require 16.
A chance in this game to move on to 10 points.
It could be a case of all's well but ends well in the end if he can pin and find the double 4. No matter how, which way he finds a way. 1-0 to Boehm.
Second leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on. $100. $60. $96.
That first start just where Doug likes him to be, just on the bottom wire. Allows him just to put one over the top of the flight without flat lying dart.
98.
Exactly Same again
85.
there, and that's why the disappointment's there. He caught the flight on the way through, actually got a deflection into the 5.
These could be the moments where we really do see how
135.
much Bialecki could draw upon his battling qualities.
He's had a couple of major blows, hasn't he? 3-1 up against Kevin Painter and ended up losing that one after missing many match darts.
100.
And then
Sebastian, you require 72.
decent performance, but defeat again there to Scott Mitchell, who's now opened up a sizable gap at the top of the table. Needs to keep him in touching distance.
52.
Needs to keep him on the
You
horizon.
require 116.
Is a 116 finish on the horizon. Tops. Beautifully done, exquisitely done. And Boehm leads 2-0. And you can see what that meant to the American.
Third leg, it's Doug to throw first.
He had 3 ton plus outs yesterday. That's his first of the day.
Yeah, he's the most likely player to take a ton plus checkout. That 116 is 4th in total. Scott Mitchell with 2. We haven't really seen a real biggie as of yet. The biggest one we've seen was from Doug. That was a 120, which he did take for the match.
60. $100.
Well, the way things are going here, Boehm wins this one. Mitchell wins the next one. The former
100.
Lakeside champ of 2015 will have an 8-point lead. It's beginning to become a little bit of a possession as things stand.
96. $55. $95.
Bialecki looking good at the moment to try and get that breaker throw back.
90.
Seems to be the problem for Doug, doesn't it? That just drift into the 5s. Just opening the door again for Bialecki.
130.
The man who this game really does mean a lot to. It means a lot to the group. Scott Mitchell could be running away with it in about
60.
20 to
Sebastian,
25
you
minutes'
require
time.
80.
Tops for the break back.
60.
Doesn't go. And this would be the biggest
Doug, you
finish of the
require
week.
136.
Not just in terms of numerics, but in terms of significance as well. Another one of them. Clips the flight of the first dart, and so Bialecki's going to come back for 3 more at double 10.
112. Sebastian, you require 20.
But this is under seismic pressure. Double 5.
Game shot in the
Found
third
last
leg.
start.
Sebastian
Bialecki's still in it, but he is still having a conversation with himself.
Fourth flag, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
I know how you feel, Doug.
$43. $100.
Although the expression you wouldn't have expected there for Doug, they was better thrown darts. Just seems to have been throwing a
59.
little bit soft at times today, Doug. Just trying to place them in the board.
Could be found guilty of trying too hard.
Well, trying to
41.
relax, shall we say, too hard. A lot of the time you don't want to feel nervous. People don't enjoy that feeling, and you just try and be safe. Just try and throw a little bit soft, a little bit
96.
floaty, something you can't really do when you're using this smaller flight setup like Doug is, with a pear-shaped flight on the back of the dart. Just there's a bit of zip through the air.
40.
Bialecki is coming back into this one, capitalising on the mistakes so far of Doug.
84. $58.
Well, Bialecki has clawed his way back into
99.
this particular contest, has left himself on 120, which is Boehm and the week's highest finish so far, to square this matchup at 2 apiece. And Doug again chastising himself as he slips away from the
78.
intended segment target.
Sebastian, you require 120.
And this game could be slipping away from him. So we're going to find it this time, but there wasn't a
60.
necessity to find it with the first visit. Come back. Should have 2 at tops, providing he stays straight to square this game up at 2 apiece. And Doug again getting very frustrated with himself.
68.
It's the way with
Sebastian,
darts,
you
they're
require
the things that
60.
you become very well aware of, and it'll be the thing that's frustrating him the most here. Inviting.
40. Doug, you require
We've
116.
seen this go already in this game. Doug taking this out to win leg number 2. Same combination, 1 treble required, but it also requires straight darts, which once again he's lost the line.
42.
And so
Sebastian, you
this,
require 20.
to square the contest up at 2-2. Double 10 for Bialecki. Had a bit of a love-hate relationship on this double today.
Game
But has
start on
found it
flag.
there to
Sebastian
square this
Bialecki.
match up. This hasn't been a classic, but it has an air of
Fifth flag.
significance
It's
for the
Doug to throw
poll.
first. Game on.
And for Doug, if he wins this game, he would put himself well in the picture for Group B.
22.
So all going downhill at the moment for Doug, who raced into a 2-0 lead. Bialecki will really be fancying his chances here now. He's starting to get his scoring boots on. He's starting to motor. A player we know has hit the 9-dart finish before. We've seen it here before our very eyes.
135.
Will history repeat itself?
177.
Because he left himself on 144 the last time he hit a 9 at Champions Week.
6 darts in, 3 to go. 2
96.
treble 20s would
Sebastian
give him a
required
poke at the double
144.
12 for another 9-dart leg. It's not going to go. It's not going to be another one.
96.
We're not going to see the poll vaulting towards the history books again.
60. Sebastian, you require 48.
However, the most important thing for Sebastian Bialecki right now is the breaker throw, and that is a beautiful dart for him, the way his dart kicks out. Surprising.
32.
So he missed with dart number 2, but he does have time on his side, courtesy of those 2 maximum visits at the opening of this leg. A chance to break the throw of Doug, a chance to try and rectify some of the mistakes that he's made
Sebastian,
across
you require
matches 2 and
16.
3 that have put him in this position where this is a much needed win.
Much needed hit now.
Game shot on the
Finds
fifth
it. He
leg.
leads
Sebastian
3-2.
Bialecki.
He could have let all of his hard work been unravelled with one fell swoop if he missed that double four. But
Sixth
Bialecki
leg.
from
It's
2-0
Sebastian to
down
throw first.
is now throwing for the
Game on.
match. A pained look on the face of Doug Boehm.
57.
You get the sense that overnight, whoever's here, obviously his family here to support him, that they just need to galvanise and rally around Doug a little bit. Today hasn't
140.
quite been the day for him, and that frustration's just beginning to seep over a little bit.
A lot of the time it's just sticking to the game plan as well. I'm sure when he came here that Group A wasn't his
140.
priority. It would be to try and qualify through a Group B or C campaign. And it's just sticking to it. I know sometimes you get carried away with a week and you think maybe you should be further along than you are, or
122.
there's opportunities elsewhere, but just stick to the long-term game plan. Overall, it's not been a terrible Group A campaign. But this game might not have much longer left in it. Bialecki just his second maximum of the game in regards to 180s, but his third maximum visit,
125.
including the
Sebastian
177.
require 124.
Biggest finish we've seen so far this week, 120. That was hit by Doug. It may be about to be beaten.
But he misses the
84.
big number, and so
Doug, you
Boehm
require
back for 114
114.
to save the match. Of Bialecki sat fair on tops after 12. Treble 18. Would have left in tops, and so Sebastian Bialecki comes back for top to a 4-2 win, which will just keep him in amongst the mix and put him within 4
98.
points of Scott
Sebastian
Mitchell at the top of the
required 40.
table. Double 10. Up for double 5. Big dart.
35.
Big miss. And Boehm
Doug,
comes
you require
back.
16.
I've seen this so many times from Bialecki today, not being able to cross the line. The nerves, the jangling for Bialecki, who now can only stand and watch and hope.
Double 4. For another last leg decider.
Shot
We
on the
go all
sixth
the
leg.
way. It's a
Doug
14 darter for Doug Boehm. And a big leg in shoes. For Bialecki, it could be the difference
Seventh
between
and
Group
final
On and Group
leg. It's
Over.
Doug to
For
throw
Boehm, if he
first.
can win this, he
Game
puts
on.
himself in the B mix.
$100. $55. $100. $59.
No treble for Bialecki. Has put himself in a spot of bother here. He's going to need to rely on mistakes from Doug or a maximum visit. The mistakes
93.
aren't coming. It has to be a max. Doug, big favourite to give Sebastian Bialecki more of the same.
Doug's
96.
Doug deep. And now it's on the cusp. Bialecki missing match starts in the previous
66.
leg, and he hasn't really recovered in this, but only 66 has just opened up the door. Bialecki can find a couple of trebles here. But it's just not happened for him in this leg, has it?
It's not happened for him at the back end of
85.
matches.
Doug, you
Struggled to
require
get over the line.
142.
He's had opportunities today. Could have been in a much better position. Instead, Doug now 6 darts.
98.
Beautiful last start there for Doug. We'll be expecting to get 2 match starts now to put Bialecki away and give him a hat-trick of defeats in a row.
100.
Put some pressure
Doug,
on,
you
but
require
this for
44.
the match for Doug Boehm in what's been a real seesaw encounter. 2 in hand at double 16. Double 8.
36.
Doesn't go. This would be some way to win it for Bialecki.
Sebastian, you require 106.
You'll just be hoping he gets a dart here. Needs a treble for it to happen. He finds the treble. He will get another match start. 1 more chance.
Game shot.
A chance which is
Sebastian
found.
Bialecki.
A match which is won just about by Sebastian Bialecki. A seesaw affair has swung in the direction of the pole, who wins by 4 legs to 3 just to keep himself on the periphery of qualification. Well, that's the tail of the tape from that one. Sebastian Bialecki there missing 15 darts at a double. Both players with a ton plus outshot in that particular encounter. Bialecki winning it with a 106. Coming up next, Kevin Painter and Scott Mitchell, the 2 players yet to lose today. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series from the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth, where we're about to see a big battle ensue. As that man there, Scott Mitchell, looks to make it 9 wins from 9 at the beginning of his Group A campaign. He takes on the artist, Kevin Painter, who's looking to keep up a perfect day of his own. These 2 veterans going toe-to-toe at the top end of the table as maybe we expected at the beginning of the week, but for Sebastian Bialecki, he's kept his slender chances of winning Group A alive, getting the better of Doug Boehm in a real intriguing battle. Both players were ton plus out, but also toiling at times. Bialecki won 4-3. And so the gap between Bialecki and Mitchell is 4 points. Painter
First
can make the gap
leg,
4
it's
points
Kevin
for a win
to
in
throw
this one.
first.
However, a win for Mitchell. And
Game
he
on.
will be clear. 6 clear going into the final round of fixtures on this Tuesday afternoon. And I'm watching all the action on this Tuesday in the company
60.
of Matthew Edgar. And Matt, it's been an intriguing day so far, but one thing we know for sure, Scott Mitchell's in control.
This is the game. This is the big game. When we spoke yesterday, when this game came around, we said this felt like this was the heavyweight battle, and the head-to-head between these two could be quite a telling factor. Well, we could start to write people off as their opportunity of qualifying through Group A should Scott Mitchell win this game, because he'll be opening up some sizable gaps of those players towards the bottom end of the table.
$81. 58.
Well, we can kind of pinpoint the moment where Painter's day changed. He was 3-1 down to Sebastian Bialecki, and you could tell that he was really livid with himself, and to the point where
55.
he had a ting talk mid-throw. And then from that point onwards, he's seemingly rediscovered something.
140.
Hold the dart there, is what he said to himself when he looked down at his darts. Something he does in practice at times when he notices that his hand's just slipping down the barrel.
134.
It's always nice when you know where you should
Kevin,
be
you require
holding,
108.
and maybe it's just one of those things that he needs a bit of a reference point on the dart so he can just feel it all the time.
31.
Well, yesterday's meeting saw Scott Mitchell beat Kevin Painter for the first time ever. Never beaten Painter before, wherever he has been in his career, and that was why he celebrated the way he did, had that cheeky little dance.
131. Kevin, you require
I'll tell you what, that
77.
131 there has piled the pressure on this 77. If this don't go, Painter could have his throw broken in the first leg. Tops.
57.
Doesn't go.
Scott, you require 40.
Tops for Mitchell.
Game shot on the
Found
first
by
leg.
Mitchell.
Scott
He
Mitchell.
breaks and leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on. $60.
There it is again for Kev. Just knows the dart's not sat in the hand correctly. Will never really be rushed. It's one of the things that's been a real strength of his over the years.
64.
We often see it when he's going for a shot like a 42 or 46, where most people will just take it as, I'll throw it the 10 and set myself up. It's a nice easy shot. Well, Kevin breaks that down into 2
50.
visits. He has the single, steps back, and then reapproaches for the double.
$99.
Of course, you can get in touch with us via the YouTube chat room this afternoon. We'd like to hear from you. Such as Devin, who said,
81.
question for Matt. What are your top 5 majors in the PDC and why?
140.
That's a tricky one. It's a tricky one because personally, my favourite tournament is the World Match Play.
I don't think you're alone in that.
So I would say that, but can you really not put the World Championship as number 1? That's where it becomes a real problem. So if I'm talking from my personal point of view, I'd say
85.
the World Match Play, the World Championship, and then the UK Open. If you're talking purely from a punditry point of view, you've got
60.
to go World Championship Match
Kevin, you
Play,
require 113.
and then probably the Grand Prix.
So for me, it'd be World Champs, World Match Play, Grand Prix, UK Open, Grand Slam. Premier League doesn't make it in.
93. Scott, you require 150.
150 for Mitchell. Doesn't go. Of course, we had our double start week here, didn't we, at the Super Series? Kevin Painter played in that particular week. We called it double trouble.
134.
Painter will be hoping there's no double trouble here
Kevin,
to
you
square the
require
match up at 1
20.
apiece.
Game shot on
Double
the
four is
second
found.
leg. Kevin
Painter breaks back. He squares up at 1-1. Didn't qualify through to the final, did Painter.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
But we did see Neil Duff win that. We played best of 5 for that week. Beat Jim
59.
McEwen by 3 legs to 2 in the final. Good list of players in that tournament. Thornton, Painter, Duff, Steve Brown, McEwen, Dudbridge, Wilson, Scott, Whitehead, Ashton, Osborne, Pilgrim.
100.
Darryl Pilgrim hit a ton plus average that week. It was only the 21st double in, double out. Ton plus average recorded, 100.2 and a 3-0 win against Colin Osborne. And Lisa Ashton became the first ever female player to play a Grand Prix match in front of the cameras when she made her debut against Kevin Painter in Group C. Her first win came against Colin Osborne in a 3-2 success.
60.
Seems quite a few people are in agreement with me, actually, in regards to the World Match Play being the best event on the calendar. I thought that was going to go one of 2 ways. People are either going to be, you can't not have the Worlds on top, or there was going to be like, do you know what? I get it. I think anyone who's been to the Winter Gardens would get that. Kevin Painter been on that stage on many occasions.
60.
Well, he's played on every stage, hasn't he? Even in the BDO, played a couple of Lakeside campaigns. Back in the mid-90s. That's the longevity
53.
that Painter's got in this sport.
Mitchell just readdressing the hockey. His 100% record in a little bit of a doubt here at the moment.
140. Kevin, you require 164.
So Painter couldn't take out the 164.
Scott,
What
you
can
require
Mitchell make of the 141?
141.
He didn't take it, but he's halved it. A much more reasonable opportunity now for Kev, and Mitchell will be well aware of the danger that Kev possesses waiting in the background, but that might be where he stays.
Whisk of a wire away, and how big a miss could that
Kevin, you
end up
require
being with Painter
82.
back on 82? Big dart at tops.
42.
Grazes the wire, and so Mitchell's back for another break. Double 6. To move himself
Scott,
halfway
you
towards the
require
victory
12.
post and halfway towards what would be a 9th win from 9. Double 3.
Game shot on the
Pinned.
third
Mitchell
leg.
leads
Scott
2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw
I
first.
think he's enjoying himself.
Game on.
I wonder if it's that double 3 again for Scott Mitchell.
I'm sorry, I've got to go back to that. It's probably one of the best images I've ever seen at the Super Series. You got
47.
Scott Mitchell grinning like a Cheshire cat whilst Kevin Painter in the background just shaking his head in just sheer and utter disbelief.
82. $100.
Every single visit just feels so important. Every single visit is being treated with such an intensity with this pair. You know, we talk about times where do you play the board or play the opponent? It's fair to say that the pair here
9.
are playing the opponent, and we've got a 9. Painter's hit a 9. All jokes aside, though, that could be a costly slip.
140.
Having a little tinker with the equipment. We'll have a look here, see if these are the same darts, because we know he has changed darts in the past. Maybe just
50.
change of flights and stems, keep them fresh. Remember that time Kevin Painter changed his darts that much? He didn't know what to throw with, so he threw 3 different darts. I don't think we're too far away from someone having a scoring set of darts and a finishing set of darts either. I think that's something that we may see in a, shall we say, in a Premier League
60.
campaign somewhere.
Well, Peter White wasn't too far from that once upon a time.
100.
Well, Mitchell's
Scott,
got
you
6
require
of here to open up a 3-1
154.
lead.
Making a move, Scott Mitchell opening up the gap. Looking to open up the gap now in the legs column as well. Time on his side,
44.
time on his hands.
Scott, you require 60.
Single. But no
20.
double, but he has got time on his side.
$45.
Even more
Scott,
time
you
on his
require
side. 6
40.
darts if he needs them here, Scott Mitchell. To put himself a leg away.
Game shot on
A
the
leg
4
away he
flag.
is.
Scott Mitchell.
This gap is going to appear that's going to write a lot of people out of this
5th
table.
flag. It's Kevin to throw first.
Even though we're only on day number 2.
Game on.
You can feel the tension on that stage. It is like a cauldron up there.
It has never been done before. A player going through a
19.
Group A campaign without defeat. We have come close. We have had players have 14. We had Jim McEwen go all the way to match number 15, and then he missed out to Josh Payne.
121.
It's looking at the moment like Scott Mitchell is going to get an opportunity. He's going to go into day 3 with the chance.
30.
Mitchell surveying around the scenes.
He was doing the look around the room as if there was like a fly or something. I don't know whether you opened your wallet or something, Henry.
$121. $84.
There's something about a contest like this, which is played like this, which is just so engrossing. Like sometimes you just sit back, you watch it because
139.
Because what you see in front of your eyes is just 2 men who are going right at it one another.
140.
Averages-wise, it may not
Scott,
be
you
the
require
top-quality contest we
120.
would have wanted, but what we have had is some entertainment. And Mitchell could bring it to a close. If he could pin tops.
80.
Not this time.
But time is what he's got. Trying to leave
58.
something, leaves himself a bit of
Scott,
hope.
you require
But that
40.
hope may be about to be extinguished.
Totsa Mitchell
Game shot.
for 13 darts
Scott
and a
Mitchell.
4-1 win. And it's a 9th win from 9 for Scott Mitchell. He gets the better of Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 1. Well, it was an intriguing affair. It was a real battle. It was a real duel between the two. But Mitchell gets over the line 4-1. He's still having a word with himself. Mitchell runs out a 4-1 winner. 3 more games to go, beginning with Sebastian Bialecki and Marvin van Velzen. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where we're about to enter the final round of fixtures, and Scott Mitchell will enter it with a 6-point lead at the top of the table, having got the better of Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 1 before the break, having just a shade under 94 from 9 on the doubles. And it now piles the pressure on this man in your picture here, Sebastian Bialecki, who takes on Marvin van Velzen. Had an improved day, but hasn't had the results that maybe the performances that he put in has perhaps warranted. Into the final stretch.
First leg, it's
we'll be with you here at the live lounge for
Game on.
the next hour or so, bringing you the final 3 matches of the session. And it's going to be myself, Henry Deacon, and Matthew Edgar that's going to be bringing you all the action from here on in.
100.
Big game. We're saying it now. It's getting to that point where we're casting our eye over to the league table to see where the importance lies.
108.
Bialecki has to win this. If Bialecki is to lose this game and Scott Mitchell continues doing what he's doing, he's going to be 8 points clear with only 10 points left to play for.
140.
Scott Mitchell on for doing
39.
what has so far been the impossible. But it's not the impossible, it's just the improbable. A player going through Group A campaign without losing a fixture.
56.
Just keeps winning another game of darts, doesn't he, Scott Mitchell?
85. $177.
Beautiful maximum visit there for Bialecki to set himself up on the double after 12. These are the darts that
85.
he
Sebastian,
was throwing yesterday, but sort of let him down a little bit across two really key important fixtures. And that's why he's got his back to the wall.
Game shot on the first leg. Sebastian
But he is still
Bialecki.
swinging. He's still believing.
Second leg. It's Marvin to throw
But
first.
can he be achieving? He needs a favour from
Boehm
Boehm in the last game against Scott Mitchell, but he's got his hands full here with Marvin, who's already hit 2 maximums here.
Been a real good encounter, this one.
125.
Marvin's just found himself in a position where he's been embroiled in battles, but has found a way of coming out the wrong
140.
side of them.
It's when the finishing line comes up for Marvin that's been the problem, when he's getting close to wrapping up the games, maybe just the heart rate taking over a little bit the nerves kicking in.
85.
Sure, he'll learn how to handle and deal with that. He was a player who was having a lot of success in youth darts and then sort of struggled with the transition from youth to
135.
senior darts, and it's something that he did bring up in our conversation yesterday. I suppose when it comes to it, you get that extra visit in youth darts, maybe 2 extra visits, where
140.
at this level
Marvin, you require
you
46.
don't tend to get.
Tots of Van Velzen.
26.
For what would have been a 12 dart riposte.
Sebastian, you require 151. $97. Marvin, you
Really
require
bright
20.
start to the end of the day here from the 2 young guns of the group.
Double 5 doesn't go.
Sebastian, you
So
require
Bialecki
54.
to open up a 2-0 lead. Looking at 54. Looking at tops.
$34.
Van Velzen's going to get
Marvin,
another
you
chance.
require
He
5.
should have had this leg in his leisure long before now, as Bialecki decides to limber up.
No score.
Well, that's
Sebastian, you
a
require
tired
20.
dart at the end of a tiring day, as Bialecki returns for double 10.
No score.
But it doesn't go.
Marvin, you require
See if he can
5.
get the control once again. He was down in just 12 darts, but once again, when it comes down to the back end of the legs, just a little bit of nerves coming through for Marvin. Certainly when he's got to move around the board, that is better. Smack bang in the middle of the 1.
Game shot on the second leg. Marvin van Velzen.
I'd say on normal basis that would make him feel better, but you wouldn't tell by looking at his face.
Third leg. It's Sebastian to throw first. Game
It's
on.
just been one of them days, hasn't it, for Marvin? It's felt like whatever he can do, somebody else has just found that little bit more.
85. $46.
Question is, it's not about making mistakes. You're going to make mistakes. That is part and parcel of the game. You're always going to make errors.
140.
It's how you recover from them. How you can sort of brush them aside.
It's something that he will learn. He's only just
134.
celebrated his 21st birthday.
$64. $57. 78.
Big last start from Bialecki. Saves the situation, gets him down to a finish. Just keeping his opponent at arm's length.
60. Sebastian, you require 134.
134 for Bialecki, 2-1. Not to be this time, and so just all about setting up from here.
58.
We should do to a certain extent, leaving 76.
140. Sebastian, you require 76.
2 8s.
Game shot on the third
2-1.
leg. Sebastian Bialecki.
Bialecki puts his nose in front again.
Fourth leg. It's Marvin to throw first. Game on. $100.
One more day of action to go in the Group A campaign. And tomorrow
45.
we'll be able to divvy up the players into their various locations as to where they'll be going for the rest of the week. One will get a direct pass
101.
straight through to Saturday night. 2 players will be going into Group B, where they'll be drawn by the headline act of that group, which will be Bo Greaves, making her debut here at the Super Series. The bottom 3 players will be dropping
100.
into a Group C campaign.
And so, if you want to make sure you get all the latest content between now and then, you need to subscribe to the Super Series YouTube channel.
140.
We've got plenty of bonus content for you, including ahead of the debut of the 2-time champion of the world, Bo Greaves.
$82. Marvin, you require 160.
6 and 160 to square up at 2-2. Another. Doesn't go. And then the last
80.
one rejects and spits back out towards Gob.
$104. Marvin, you
Excellent ball
require
management
80.
that from Bialecki, leaving himself on the fish. This for 2-2. It's tops. It's a
Shot on
level
the fourth
game, and
leg,
Van
Marvin
Velzen
Van
tells
Velzen.
us all about it.
That was a roar that Sebastian Bialecki was hoping not to hear.
Fifth leg. It's Sebastian to throw
This
first.
game,
Game on.
sizable. Massive game for Bialecki. Big game for Scott Mitchell, who's not even on the stage, but will certainly want a result from his friend here, Marvin, a player he's
100.
known from a very young age. A player he's got a lot of respect for. We're hoping that he can do him a favour.
100. $51. $40. $41.
Couple more games after this. Mulvey v Painter. Mitchell Boehm.
140.
A bit of an extended session, Matt.
A
81.
session that's all been about Scott Mitchell. And top of the table, dominating things here at the Super Series.
80.
I mean, I don't know about you, Henry, but for me, my attention is moving from who's going to win this group to is Scott Mitchell going to break the record?
Indeed, and also the race for Group B, which could be
96.
a Painter
Marvin, you
Bain
require
showdown.
141.
Well, Marvin Van Velzen may put himself into that mix because He's got a chance here to break the throw. Sebastian Bialecki with the biggest finish of the week, and it goes.
Marvin van Velzen.
Biggest finish of the week goes to Marvin in the biggest moment of his week so far. A breaker throw there against Sebastian Bialecki, and he keeps his hopes alive of a potential Group B. But just imagine the thoughts that are going through the head right now of Sebastian Bialecki, who feels like he's thrown away a lot of games this week.
70.
Well, if Van Velzen wins this, Mitchell would move potentially 8 points clear. If he beats
140.
Boehm in the last game. And you'd get the sense that it will be when, not if, Mitchell would then go on and win this particular group.
85.
Shouldn't let it slip from here, Scotty Dog. Van Velzen's thinking, don't let this game slip from here.
96. $82.
It was a bit of a fist bump there, wasn't there, from Van Velzen? But I've got a feeling Scott may have done the same in the back room, just when he looked at the monitor. I reckon his little fist clench, little get in there. As Van Velzen could do him the ultimate favour here.
100. $58.
Not
Marvin,
enough, you feel.
164.
You feel this may be 6 darts of Van Velzen.
86.
6 starts to keep that 6-point gap
Sebastian,
between Sebastian Bialecki and the top. And the top player, Scott Mitchell, would have a game in hand, but he could hit back. Oh my. There was a 1-4-1 in the last leg for Van Velzen to break.
133.
And it was also close to a 1-4-9 for Bialecki to return the favour, but this for the match of Van Velzen, 78. Put him on to 8 points. Put him a couple away from Painter and Boehm. It's going to be a dart. Tops for the win.
58.
Clips
Sebastian, you
the
require
barrel.
16.
And so Bialecki to take us to a last leg decider wants 8-8. And the way he's been playing, there's no mistake. 3-3 it is. We go all the way to a decider.
7th and final leg. It's Sebastian to throw first. Game on. $60. $95. $133.
You get the feeling that this is going to end with a little bit of tension. 2 players that have just struggled to cross the line
60.
throughout their campaigns today. They've had opportunities, had match darts. Someone has to win. And right now it looks like it's going to be Sebastian Bialecki, which will keep his chances alive of success here in Group A.
97. $99. $95.
Again, the last dart
Sebastian, you
saves the
require
day
88.
for Van Velzen. Leaves him some hope. Forces the hand here of Bialecki to consider the 18s It's 7-7 for the match.
Game shot. And
it's a win for Bialecki. It just about keeps his hopes alive. Well, that's kind of been the story of the day as far as Marvin van Velzen is concerned. He's had opportunities, he's had chances to win games, he's been brilliant at times, but he hasn't been able to pick the points up. Bialecki keeps the gap to him 4 points for now, puts the pressure on Mitchell against Boehm in a couple of games' time. After the break, it's Mulvey against Painter. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we still have a couple more games to go on our Tuesday's worth of action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, Sebastian Bialecki got the better of Marvin van Velzen by 4-3. And next up for us, we're going to watch Ray Mulvey and Kevin Painter go toe-to-toe on this famous grand old stage. Who is going to take the win beneath the church? Let's find out. Mulvey still looking for that first win on this stage.
First leg, it's Ray to throw first.
Painter had his first defeat inflicted upon him last time out by Scott Mitchell. What do we think of this one, Matt?
We'll be feeling this is an opportunity here, Kevin Painter, to get some more points on the board and to put himself in that Group B conversation firmly. But
73
for Ray, you feel like the performances have been getting better, and it feels like it's only a matter of time before he starts to pick up some victories. Last performance, an average of 90, before that 83. 83.91, so very, very close to the 84 mark. So he's getting there. The doubles have certainly
59.
tightened up today. It's been a much better performance on the outer ring. I think it's now getting to that point where you've got to be a little bit careful when taking on
95.
Ray. Because I feel like that win is on the horizon.
$46. 140.
So Mulvey first to finish in this first leg. He'd so dearly love to get that first win under his belt here at the
129.
live lounge.
Ray, you require 121.
21 to get the party started.
$64. $60. Ray, you require 57.
Well, should get a couple of tops here, Ray Mulvey, to take out the opening leg. And a couple of tops he'll get. But won't find of his
37.
second dart, and Painter's going to
Kevin, you
return
require
for 134.
134.
The key passage in this game could be the fact that Ray may have the advantage
40.
in terms of the scoring
Ray, you
phases, but
require
what will he do when
20.
it comes to the finishing? Double five. Inside, and Painter's going to
16.
return.
Kevin, you require 94.
Triple 17 will leave himself a dart at tops. Well, he is himself on
54.
tops by hitting the double
Ray, you require 4.
17. And so Mulvey double 2 for 1-0 lead. Up for the Madhouse.
No score.
Not to be.
Kevin,
And
you
so-
require 40.
Painter comes back for tops to lead 1-0. Double 10. Found.
Game shot on the
1-0
first leg,
Painter.
Kevin Painter.
Well, I was just saying that the double-in has sharpened up for Razor, and well, he had
Second
7
leg,
darts
it's
there.
Kevin to throw
Wasn't
first.
able to find.
Game on.
That was the problem yesterday, and it may be the problem at the back end of today. Kevin Painter surprises himself with a treble 20.
100. $95.
7 missed darts by Ray in this game so far.
140. $46. $40. $85. $60.
Well, Painter's let himself first to finish in his second leg. It just feels like there's been a real lag over effect from Mulvey from what happened in the opening leg
105.
as to what's happening here in leg 2. Both on a finish after 12. Painter 161. Goes the other way, goes the other side, and so Mulvey back for 170.
Ray, you require 170.
Well, after the double troubles in the first leg, it'd be incredible if he takes this. He's not going to find the fish.
55.
For the last leg, hinged on missed
Kevin, you
doubles when
require
somebody was in
38.
front. Painter's hoping it's not going to be the case in leg 2, and he hands the invitation
on a
back.
second leg,
He
Kevin
won't do.
Painter.
It's 2-0 Painter. Halfway there.
Third leg, it's Ray to throw first.
A
Game
win for
on.
Painter here would really separate the table almost into 2 going into tomorrow, where we could have a 4-point gap between third and fourth
96.
place. This may be a week where we have everything wrapped up pretty early.
81. $60. $32. $44. 58.
Kevin Painter won 3 of his 4 games so far. The only one he's lost is the one that
96.
everybody's been losing to. That is Scott Mitchell, the man looking at the record. I think Kevin Painter would be more than happy if he was to get the victory here and leave here with 4 victories from 5, with performances that have been a long way off from his best, which again is a sign of a quality player that is picking up victories when you don't need your best darts all the time.
Well, Mulvey in a position to pull this game back to 2-1 if he can find the 65.
$34. Ray, you require 65.
So 6 darts at 65 to reduce the gap back to 2-1. Finds the treble 11. Double 16.
33.
He will be back. Kev again having problems with his grip. That's a bit more like it.
140.
As soon as he finds what he needs,
Ray, you
he's
require 32.
in a good stead. But it's just been a few times when he hasn't been comfortable with the dart in his hand. He won't feel comfortable if Mulvey pins this double 16. Can he just nudge it across on the first dart? Yes, is the answer.
Ray Mulvey.
Mulvey brings it back to 2-1. Painter, though, still does have the darts to re-establish that 2-leg cushion here in leg 4.
Full flag. It's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
You sense this is the leg in the match. That could be the visit of the match.
80.
He's been very good at digging out at the right moments as Kevin Painter. That's all it's been for him today, just winning those individual moments and battles. It's not been good all the time, but it's been good at the times he needs it to be.
82. 41. 45. 55.
Painter closing in on a 3-1 advantage, and again, not happy with the way the dart's sitting in his hand. Be happier now.
81.
Oh, he's not really piled the pressure on as far as this leg's concerned. Even a max turn wouldn't have amounted to anything.
60.
And so,
Kevin, you require
6 and 1-1-3 for Painter to open up and establish a 3-1 lead. He may only need the 3. Tops.
93.
Doesn't go.
$25.
He's had a few darts now.
Kevin, you require
hit
20.
the floor. Ray Mulvey again, that is down to the equipment.
Game shot of 4 flag.
Just
Kevin Painter.
Promotes or is more prone to those sort of accidents from happening.
5th flag.
No
It's
accidents
Ray
or
to
slip
throw
ups here though
first.
for Kevin Painter, a leg
Game on.
away from opening up a gap of 4 points between himself and 4th position.
41.
I mean, the likelihood is he's not going to be able to win this group. He'll still be 6 points behind Scott Mitchell, who's got a game in hand.
46.
I'm sure a Group B campaign would be more profitable for Kevin Painter. Probably be more suited to him as well, not having to play the 5 games, only having to play the 4 games. Better mathematical opportunity of getting through the group as well, so a few big
100.
games coming in for Kevin Painter over his next couple of matches. This is his last game that he'll play today before he returns for action tomorrow for the
100.
conclusion of Group A, Well, we'll know for sure who's going to be playing in what group and who's going to be getting that direct pass through to Saturday night and be the first name on the sheet.
Leg in the offing, but Mulvey needs to make the most of this passage of play.
42.
That slip with the last dart means that Painter's got 6 on 2-3-3 here.
$99. $98. Kevin, you require 134.
Well, this would be some way to win it, wouldn't it? But it's not going to go. And so Mulvey comes back for 83 to bring it back to 3-2. Painter would have the insurance policy of the throw in the
52.
next.
Ray, you require 83.
To extend this game ever further. Tops. No, it's gone treble 16. To leave the double. And it was
51.
almost found.
Kevin, you require 82.
For the match. For the table separation.
Tots a Painter. Found for a 4-1 win. And for Kevin Painter, it's 4 wins from 5 on his second day here in Group A. He beats Ray Mulvey by 4 legs to 1. At the tail of the tape, Mitchell against Boehm is the last game of the day. Welcome back to the Super Series, where Scott Mitchell is on the cusp of 2 perfect days if he can get the better of Doug Boehm in the final game of the afternoon session. Mitchell, perfect up to press. He's been unsurmountable. And it's interesting when you go back to the beginning of yesterday, where he had to survive a few scares and get through a couple of games by the margin of 4-3. And now he is the runaway leader, and he can stretch his lead to 6 points overnight into the second night of action if he could beat Doug Boehm. For whom it hasn't quite happened today, has it?
No, but we know what he's got in the locker, and Scott Mitchell knows what he's got in the locker as well. He was somebody that
First
Scott
leg, it's
pointed
Scott
out
to throw first. Game on.
when he came up here yesterday for a chat after going through the card. He had a bit of a chat about Doug, saying he's very well aware of the threat that he possesses, and I expect Scott Mitchell's going to play this game with the same level of concentration and focus that
140.
he has paid attention to every single one of the matches so far.
$100. $140.
Well, a bright start for the man top of the table, running away with things. And barring an absolute miracle where someone goes through the card
60.
tomorrow and Scott Mitchell doesn't pick up any victories as such, Scott Mitchell is probably going to be our Group A winner. But I think we're going beyond that now. I think the big focus is Mitchell going to be the
100.
first name of many that have tried to get that successful 100% Group A?
It's not bad for a commentator, is it?
140. Scott, you require 121.
6 starts and 121 to take this first leg out. And we know he's going to go treble 17 pull. We know that for a fact because he goes for anything and everything that's within his sights.
57. $56. Scott, you require 64.
So for leg 1, 64 for Mitchell. Another. Leaves himself the double. And he
Mitchell on
puts
the first
himself
leg,
1-0
Scott
in front. Mitchell leads by that solitary leg, that opening leg against Boehm. Well, I think there's a bit of confusion. Well, here's Doug's throw in leg 2. Well, this is having a conversation about something. A little bit of a delay to proceed to leg 2. They're finding the funny side to proceedings are the pet. So Mitchell 1-0 up. A little bit of a distraction ahead of the beginning of leg 2. Whatever's happened, the pair are taking it quite
Second
amicably.
leg, it's Doug to throw first. Game on.
I believe there was just a bit of noise somewhere in the building that they just needed to get paused.
60.
A little bit of building work going on at the Super Series, starting a little bit early.
$81. $81.
Mitchell, one of the players though that's
100.
riddled with experience, that probably will actually enjoy those little distractions or those little pauses in play. Certainly with the pace that he plays, you tend to find the people that is affected the most are those players that rely on a lot of feel, a lot of rhythm.
43.
They just want to get on with things. They want to be at the hockey all the time.
$100.
Mitchell's reacted to the situation, the better with the 2. and could very shortly find himself 2-0 to the good with the break of throw in hand.
41. $140.
Time for you there. Leads 180. After 12 to double his lead to 2-0.
125. Scott, you require 80.
Well, he's averaging in excess of a ton here, Mitchell. Tell you it's been a long day. Ready for tops. Tops for Mitchell.
60.
Would have been for a 2-0 lead.
Doug, you
Well,
require
he started the day
151.
superbly. He may be finishing the day superbly. But how about this for a counter for Doug? Counterproductive. Alan Green, Deacon dropped his wallet and made a loud noise.
91. Scott, you require 20.
Two tens.
Shot on
2-0.
the second leg, Scott Mitchell.
Break a throw as well there for Scott Mitchell. Who's a couple of legs
Third
away.
leg,
He
it's
looks
Scott
to the
to
back
throw
of the room.
first.
He may be heading
on.
to the back of the room very shortly. Because if Scott Mitchell is to win this game, we will be having a chat with him at the end of the session.
He does know he can't
60.
invoice for these interviews, doesn't he?
So he'll give it a go. Maybe if he gets this one. We know he stayed over in a hotel
140.
last night. Didn't want to come backwards and forwards every day, so did the work that we needed to do on the farm Monday morning, then travelled over, stayed here last night. I wonder if he gets through tomorrow, if he's going to plan on heading home rather than sticking around for a couple of
100.
days.
Those are the sort of questions you should ask him when we're live.
$108.
Oh, hello. A bit more like it, Doug.
A bit of a surprise there from Doug hitting that one. He's probably not expecting them at this point.
100.
We know what he's got in the locker. He's shown us yesterday. But that is 10th maximum so far of the week. Scott Mitchell on 8, Kevin Painter on 9. Bialecki, the most likely hitter, 180 this
60.
week. He's on 12. Marvin van Velzen on 11. No surprise to see Ray Mulvey at the bottom of that table, currently on 4 maximums. Also, the only player this week not to have taken out a ton plus finish.
140. Doug, you require
Big
121.
darts on Mitchell there. Boehm 121 to put it back to 2-1. Triple 17. Doesn't go, and so can Mitchell provide us with a 101.
97. Scott, you require
To
101.
move himself 3-0 to the good, and to put himself a leg away. Great performances, averaging just under 98. Double 16.
85.
Just a whip for a wire away. So it presents
Doug, you
Boehm with another
require
opportunity.
24. Game shot on the third leg, Doug Boehm.
An opportunity he takes as a 13 dart break. We're back on throw. We're back to 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Doug to throw first. Game on.
One of the things that Scott Mitchell's so good at, in those normal situations, you'd be looking at Scott Mitchell thinking, how much did that missed start at double 16, the missed
55.
opportunity at the 101 to be 3-0 up and now throwing for the match, does that affect him? Well, with Scott Mitchell, we know the answer. It doesn't affect him. It doesn't bother him. He's very good at just brushing aside those disappointments.
60. $81. 140.
Now Mitchell moving into the ascendancy in this game.
82.
If you have missed any of the action today, and there's plenty of it to recap, then you could tune into our tailor-made highlights packages on the Super Series YouTube channel.
$121.
Subscribe for plenty of other bonus content from the Super Series. Mitchell has 6 from here to establish the 3-1 cushion. It's not going to happen on this particular occasion.
65. $96.
Doug playing his part here, applying the pressure to Scott Mitchell. But yesterday, these were the sort of shots he was mopping up. We've talked about the timing. We talked about the moments all going the way of Scott Mitchell. But this one is not going to be a tick. It's going to be a cross.
Doug, you require 66.
Big moment.
It's going to be a dart. A double 16.
34.
Doesn't go. Mitchell's back for 3-1 and the break. He'd then be phoned for the match.
That double 16 with one dart in hand could be the thing that's deciding this game.
$30. Doug,
He double checks it. It's still not in, Scott. Could be between the wires.
Can he just nudge it the other side? No is the answer, and so Mitchell is back for
Scott, you require
double
10.
5 for that 3-1 advantage.
The man with no name got further away with every single one of those darts. Mitchell hoping to do the reverse. Getting closer with each dart.
Game shot on a 4 flag. Scott
The
Mitchell.
double 5 is pinned, and Mitchell leads by 3 legs to 1. He now has the darts for the match.
5th leg. It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Hold the phone because Mitchell might be heading for home.
180.
Why not finish with a 9, Scott?
$140.
There's 4. And 5. Oh, that would have been the perfect way to have ended the day.
It was inviting as well, wasn't it? The way they were sat in the board, it just looked likely that Mitchell would get in a poke at the 141.
123.
This is brilliant for Mitchell. What a way to end the day. A possible 10-dart leg to give himself another 10-point day.
It'd be the perfect way to end the day once again for Scott Mitchell. He'd be 2/3 of the way towards a perfect group.
60. Scott, you require 36.
Double 18 for the match.
Game
And a
shot and the
10-dart
match.
leg
Scott
for
Mitchell.
10 wins from 10 for Scott Mitchell. Scotty Dog is on top, and he'll have a 6-point lead going into the final day's play. He beats Doug Boehm by 4 legs to 1. Routine work for Scott Mitchell. Yep. I don't know what that is, but he's firing on all cylinders. I think he's enjoying himself. He saved his best till last. A 4-1 win for Scott Mitchell, and he's coming to join us upstairs. Well, it turns out he doesn't just talk a good game, he plays a good game as well. Scott Mitchell, the perfect day once again. It was interesting, you came in the studio and you said you still don't feel like you're playing at your best right now.
No, I'm not. And I think it was lovely to end with a 10 dart for the day. That was lovely. But, there's been opportunities for people to get me, and I don't like to give opportunities. And I've done that all day. And Matt, I tell you, you've been sat there going, go on, just get in there and get him. But if you're 2-1 up or you're 3-1 up, you make life easier for yourself when that situation comes. So you're sat there thinking it's going to go. And when it doesn't, you've got to dive in and hit 3-3 against Kev Painter.
You mentioned yesterday that you felt today would be a tougher day than yesterday because of the fact that you won the 5-on-5 on day one. It make you a player that people want to get at a bit more. Did you feel like that on the stage today?
Do you know what? I think it went the opposite today. I think the 5 of them really wanted me that bad that they kind of stopped themselves. And you'll understand that. When you're doing, you've been here and done similar things, it's I didn't expect it. I was expecting everybody to step up and do, and they weren't. They were all trying as a collective to get me, whether it's their own mini team in the back room or whatever, I don't know. But every opportunity that came, I don't think I missed a day with 3 in my hand except that last game.
Well, interestingly, Matt, in the 10 games that Scott's played this week, he hasn't faced a match start in any of them.
And he still doesn't feel he's playing well, does he? That's the thing. You get a feel and a vibe for things. I get what Scott's saying there about sort of people being a bit nervous against him. We certainly got that vibe in commentary when sort of people were getting into a situation or it went to a last leg shootout. They sort of opened with a 20 or a 40 odd, and Scott just jumped in and took every single opportunity that was presented.
You said that you don't feel like you're playing at your best, but what pleased you the most about today?
The fact that I'm finishing things off when somebody's missing. I find it the easiest thing to do as a dart player. When somebody's missed, go and hit it. It's usually me getting there first, then missing, and then the guys wipe up behind you. And it's very frustrating, but yeah, did the same in 2015. Nobody got a dart at me in 2015 either. So, I'm not Duzzer. 1 or 2 of them had a dart at him. Maybe couldn't be a 3-time. I'm only saying that, Duzzer, you're me, mate. Yeah, just saying.
Well, let's just dissect the day a bit generally, Matt. What did he do so well today in your eyes?
He's just summarised it there, those opportunities, the timing. You don't have to be the best player all the time. You've got to be the best player when the time comes. And that's what Scott Mitchell has done throughout all this campaign so far. Where other people have missed, Scott hasn't.
Well, we'll chat to you in a bit more in just a second, Scott. This is the table after 2 days' play. And I just want to quickly, Matt, get your perspective on the rest of the field, in particular Sebastian and Kev, who occupy P2 and P3.
When I look at that table and I look at it from a position of Super Series, we're looking at it in blocks, don't we? Look at 1, then positions 2 and 3, and then the rest of the table, because that's how we're going to divvy them up at the end of play tomorrow. I don't think we're going to see much movement in that. The people in the positions, I think, may change in regards to who finishes in 4th, 5th or 6th, for example. But I think in regards to how the groups are going to get divvied up, I think we're pretty much how it is. There will be the players in straight through to Saturday, Group B and C.
You know exactly what I'm about to ask now. 2 days with 5 victories apiece. We've sat in commentary boxes before and we've spoken about the perfect record, how 15 from 15 has never been done before. Tomorrow, of course, first job will be to win the group, but that's also something that you could possibly achieve.
Look, the 15 from 15 would be lovely, but I came here to get through Group A, and it's something that I haven't done before. So I felt it was a group that I could dominate if I got off to a good start yesterday morning, and I did. And today, having done 5 out of 5, I had 2 of the more favourable games early doors, one against the darts and one with. So I knew if I could get those 2 and be 7 out of 7, then the rest had a problem. And then you drop on Seb and Kevin. The rest is kind of history. But you do. Yesterday I didn't target players. Today I targeted players, the ones that I needed to win. And tomorrow, well, it's another day, isn't it? Let's just hope we get it right tomorrow and not fold under the pressure.
Is the key taking it one game at a time?
Absolutely, one leg at a time even. Break the games down and look at those games when somebody's doing something really special against you and they take a leg off you. Go, do you know what? Well done you. You know, I didn't do it that time. I went 45, 60, whatever. You gotta break it down and try and turn every negative into a positive. And I wish I knew now, or I wish I knew back then what I know now when I started the game, because I'd have been a better player a lot earlier.
I reckon he could talk about this game as well as play it, you know.
You think so? I mean, you might have a future in that. He's certainly dabbling in it a little bit. We've got that sort of commentator dart player debate, haven't we, at times? And Henry's tried saving. He said, he's just a commentator. But actually, I says, it's different. Scott is a dart player that commentates on the side.
I bought him in a dozen free-range eggs last week, mate. He's always going to be my mate.
He
He's
did
easy.
as well, by the way. He did. And they were very delicious eggs as well. Anyway, moving on from that, Scott, thank you so much for your company today. Well done on the 5 from 5. Matt, as always, a pleasure. I'll see you first thing in the morning. We'll see you first thing in the morning as well to see who is going to win Group A. Scott Mitchell's in a perfect position, having had another perfect day, but Bolt will be hoping to charge on the final day's action. Bye from us.